Yeah. Mm. Hey, I was gonna say X. Make sure you don't you let go of the L stick when you double tap triangle. I think you did. Like, not that you didn't do it there, but don't touch the L stick. It like it makes you throw it in a direction. Does that make sense? When you hit the L stick, your lob goes in that direction. See what I'm saying? Like when you double tap triangle, don't touch the L stick, and that way it'll just be like you did, like it looks like you did there. Like you let go of the L stick altogether, and it'll go where you want it to go. I would have said double tap the triangle there. I don't know. Because like I said, like Keegan was doing yesterday, at least you'll lob it up there, and maybe I'll get a better animation to catch the ball. Because when you throw it into traffic. Well. Oh. Oh, God, sorry, I didn't know. Cut. No. Sorry. Eh. Sorry it took so long. Yeah, we're not stationary. Everybody's running around. Nobody's stationary at all. I thought, I did my best. I mean, again, like, I don't know. I feel like triangle, but I just feel like triangle. I mean, double, at least triangle, not X. Like, you don't have to double tap it, but at least... Well, just over the head. You see how you throw it and, like, I have to go get it? I'm saying it wasn't. I'm disagreeing with you. Triangle, not a lob. I'm saying a triangle, not double tap, just triangle. Yeah. I'm saying, look at the way my guy caught it. Do you see the way my guy caught it? He had to move. That's all I'm saying. And if you'd have lobbed it, he doesn't have to go to like catch it like that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with what where you position. I'm saying if you look at the way he catches it, it's because you throw it exactly. It's because yeah, exactly. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, just recognize the way the video game wants you to play. They don't like, it's a direct, like, that's what I steal in the paint. I can't get the over the heads. If a guy gets smart and he learns how to throw it over my head, I struggle to get it in the paint. I should say something, X. I should say something. I mean, I put him on the floor, dude. I know you're not. That's why I need to say something. I forget who I'm playing with. I took your guy 26. Sorry, I just took your guy. I didn't. Okay. Oh my god. I should have got a bump steal there for sure. Stay in rhythm, Eric. I mean, it's you don't you know what I mean. Don't force nothing. Like I know you're getting frustrated. As I'm saying, I can tell visually by the way you're carrying. Like you know what I mean. Like he's like glitching. Like you're stressed. Like you got to anticipate. Don't you know what I mean? Like, and that's only when you stay smooth. If you try and press, you're not gonna get anywhere. If we lose, we lose, man. Just learn, you know, stay loose, have some fun, and your buckets will fall. Anticipate those open buckets. We're gonna hit you. I didn't have nothing, yeah. I was just staying out. Hey Jay, I'm staying out at the wing like that because I was thinking you had nothing, so you just swing it to me and I'll swing it around, so you don't have to throw it across the court. Because if I can't cut, I'm just hoping you'll throw. You know what I mean? Not hoping, but meaning like I'm just staying there as an outlet. You know me, I'm not gonna fucking whatever. I'm not gonna fire up a shot because it ain't worth it. Like my guy's not gonna shoot. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm just trying to like help facilitate. Like and half the thing is just throw a few passes. These guys will do something stupid anyways. It's just the this whatever. The 2K is so hard to pass. I like that, Jay. Like I know you weren't anticipating it, but you stayed in rhythm. So you, well, meaning like the bounce pass. You know what I mean? Like I did not mean to throw a bounce pass. But you didn't like hesitate. You just threw it up. Don't jump, bumper. Don't jump. Just throw the stick up on that. I do it all the time. I mean, I'm not saying it like I never do it. It's better to give up the 2 points, man. Like we ain't gonna be upset at you if you give up 2 points in the paint like that. You just throw the stick up and hope. See, yeah. It was late, but you okay? Yeah, it was late, but perfect. X. Sorry, I'm not bitching. I'm saying like I understand. I understand. Pull, please pull. He's gonna pass. He's gonna. Damn. Spread out. Spread out. Find a spot. Either let me or bumper screen. I know. I was just speaking. I know. I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to talk out. Come on. That's just fuck. How many times do I have to do that to get a steal their ball? Don't pass. Okay. Can we get, 2 shooters in the corner and then maybe me and Bumper just screen? Thank you. Thank you. Even like a bounce pass there usually works too. And I'm just throwing it, like, again, I'm not complaining. I like the, just anything but an X there will work. Shooter's in the corner. Let's help out. Let's double screen up here for X. See what we can do to help him out. Oh, X! Ew. It's cool. I'm just... Okay, Alright, shooter's in the corner. Double screen for X. Let him pull. Good. We just gotta play smart on defense. If we just be we'll be fine on offense if we could run that all the time. Wow, good job. I'd rather you dive. I agree. I'd rather you dive. Yep, I'd rather you dive. Shoot it. Pull. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. Reset, reset. We got time. Good job, good job. You got me? Oh, no, no. Okay. I know, I saw. I'm just, yeah, trying to help. Nothing, nothing, nothing. It's fine, it's fine. Just try and... That's my fault, guys. I bailed. You, okay, yes, thank you. Yeah, okay, I was so afraid to say something. I don't want to, yeah. Oh, shit. I mean, I honestly, we just gave up a 2, right? I think that's about fine. Better than a 3. It's my fault, X. I think I actually had it. Yes, good job. Yeah, I think you were right. When you passed it to me, I just didn't cut. Right? Like you were... Yeah, I just didn't cut. Help out on the screens. Good job. Good job. Middle, middle, middle. What a pass. Yeah, dude, you gotta stay in rhythm, man. You gotta stay in rhythm. If you shoot like you're not gonna make the next one, it gets really bad. No. Somebody, God, it's my fault. I was not stepping up. Good job. Shooters in the corner, and then, yeah, shooters in the corner, and I'll... Whoever has the ball, everybody else go to the corner. Yeah, everybody else go to the corner. We got time, guys. We got time. Nobody's got to rush. See? That. We got time. Oh. It's my fault. Shooters in the corner. Take your time. Take your time. Give everybody a chance to get set. If you see something, they're probably... Yeah, look, they're scared, guys. I mean, they are scared, dude. Good switching. Good switching. Almost. Almost. It's just our defense. Our offense is doing great right now. It was, I should say something. You're wide open. Not now, not now. I was just, you were. Take your time, take your time. Take your time, take your time. I was late, huh? Yeah, I was late. I'm seeing now. Yeah, I see you. Well, I don't know. With one, he's like, blue hair is kind of right there. That, yeah, I know. Not when I'm behind. Yeah, just not double when I'm behind, but it's my fault. I left him. That was it. Oh no, we got 9. We need something. We need something. It's just our D, man. Our offense is good. We need threes. We need threes. And we need stops, really, too. Just don't jump, man. Just hit triangle, or don't hit triangle. They're gonna give you a foul on that. You gotta hit square, whatever, stick, cause you're a big. Like you just gotta risk it. I know it sucks, but triangle, they're gonna fuck you more than they help you. Take it from somebody who does it all the time. It was a close game. Yeah, yeah. Whoa. We got your help if you need help. Oh, just throw it to us. We're right there. See, like I jump, don't jump. And they get it back. That should be 6 seconds. Game. I wasn't gonna give up the 3. Not that it matters, but whatever. Just explaining my loss. Number 4 was there. He knew it was coming. If he stands there, I got no chance. See what he's doing? Yeah. Oh, can the glass cleaner shoot? Oh, dude, we should have been doing that. Yeah, he shouldn't have been screening then. Yeah, he shouldn't be screening then. Just have one of us screening. He sits out on the wing. He shouldn't be screening then. Yeah, because then 4 wouldn't be sitting in the paint. We could have just done a different game altogether. Oh, dude, yeah, because then 4 wouldn't have been sitting in the paint the whole game. That explains his low. Yeah, it's like he doesn't have good rebound, or not as good, but. See, that was good though. That was good. I don't know why I missed it, but that was good. If we had some momentum, maybe we got it, but. Oh, I know. I saw the animation. Yeah, I saw the animation. That's good on, I mean, if he knows what he's doing, he did that on purpose. Like, I know guys that do that shit. They know you're gonna pass it and they bump you, yeah. Yeah. Because it's the stick. Again, if you can time the stick right when they're about to pass it, you'll get an animation. That was stupid. Jesus, that was stupid. I didn't, icon. Who was that? Was that Sean? Eric, okay. I'm gonna switch to my, my smaller guy. I'll still be a power forward, but he can shoot. Oh no, we don't need him to shoot. Sorry. Yeah, right, we don't need me to shoot. My bad. Well, wait, if he's at center, I don't know. Whatever. Would you... Like, well, I don't know. I mean, if he wants to... if Sean wants to screen, I can go get my small guy, and then I can just stand out. And then Sean can screen. Alright. Can you two-way handle the ball, Beast? No? Yeah? Oh, what? What are you talking about? Unpluckable or what? Oh. I didn't think he was ripping you any more than, I mean... Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think you're... Who are you joining? Okay. Is Eric back? Cool. What happened to your other car? Oh shit. Ouch, damn. Damn. Wow, that's good. Still, at least there's no debt. Wow. Nice. How many has it got? How many miles does it have on it now? It's good. It's really good. Rear differential. Gotcha. Jump. How long have you been a mechanic? Okay. You like it? Oh wow. I'm almost there. I'm on my last drill. I got 7 seconds left. Sean, bumper, is it bumper? Sean's right here. I'm standing right next to him. Yeah. He's not moving though. Are you talking? Yeah, I don't see him. I don't hear him. Are you talking to him, X? He's just standing still, so I don't know. You think he's still in the, yeah. No. I think it does. I say, my 2 cents is, I would, until, like, here's the way I approach it. So I took Green Machine off this guy because I haven't shot with him in a while. But the reason I put Green Machine on with him was because when I was playing with these guys that taught me, they said when you feel comfortable that you can green 2 in a row before halftime, then put it on, because you don't activate Green Machine until you get 2 in a row, 2 greens in a row, and 2 greens in a row, in my opinion, is hard. So that's why I took it off, because I'm not comfortable enough. And Tireless Shooter will boost my my RNG when I don't green. Because I had I on this guy, I got good enough with him that I liked putting Green Machine on, because if you get 2 in a row, dude, it would be like 4 or 5 in a game, easy every time. Like there, you know what I mean? Like after 2 in a row, it was almost automatic that the next 2 or at least next 1 were gonna go. Then if you fell out of rhythm, you were gonna hit another 2. But it's really about like getting hot early, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like you have to be. Yeah, I no disrespect to you, Eric. I think Tireless Shooter all the way. Like I don't think you're a bad shooter or anything. I just think boost what you can. Like, cause again, this is a video game. Like unless you green it, and the only skill chance you have is greening it. So unless you're gonna bank on your skill that much, let the video game help you instead of working against the game. You're talking about a low percentage. You just said, yeah, you're right. What if, though? Like, you're talking about low odds. Like, I don't want to gamble. I'm not a gambler. I like to play safe bets. You'd be a good golfer, dude. You'd be a good golfer. Should be taking up that PGA 2K tour. Alright. No, PGA 2K, 2K is coming out with a golf game in August. August 21st. Whoever else we can get to buy the damn game. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with X's philosophy. I totally, like I said, once I get good enough, I do that. Like that, once my confidence is up and with my shooting, then I think like he's thinking. And that's, like I said, like with this guy, I actually felt good after a while, but... Like, that's what I did. Since I haven't played with this guy in a while, I just took all the... I had Hall of Fame Green Machine on with him last time. And I just took it all off and put it on Tireless Shooter. Because I just don't... I mean, watch my... I'm just hoping my first shot doesn't look embarrassing. Because, dude, it's been months since I took a shot. No practice at all. Here we go. Let's see what I got. Yeah, I just sit in the corner. I just sit in the corner and I can play defense. I can occasionally bring the ball up, but I do not want to. Oh, fuck. This is a squad. This is a squad. Squatty Squatterson. Dude, I'm at the 2 spot? Okay. Dude. This is, oh, yep, 2-way. Yeah, we're in trouble. I didn't know I'd be a 2. My fault, X. I knew you were clearing out. I was late throwing it to you and you were clearing out and almost threw it into an interception. Or you know what I mean, like where you got an animation where you catch it and then bump and then lose the ball and then you get credited with the turnover. Oof. Oof. They're a team, dude. That's yeah. That's exactly what his build is for. Is to sit over there and do that. Just like it looks like their center's built to shoot too. He heard you. The center heard you. Let's get some points. Dude, I do not. Sorry, I shouldn't have shot past that. I should have brought it up. I'm very uncomfortable with the ball. Good shot. It still looks like man, no? Zone, yeah. Roger. Go to your spots. Everybody go to your spot. Know your spot. Are you doing fine, X? Find an open corner and sit. Yeah, find an open corner and sit. All day. You gotta keep doing it. You gotta keep doing it. Alright, X. It's just a good move. It's just a good move. I know. It's just 2K good move. I know. It's just 2K. He knows how to play 2K is all I'm saying, man. Like that, but he knows that. He goes to that under the basket move and it works every time. Like you have a choice to make once he gets there. He uses that to his advantage. Good job. Get in a spot, get your spot, get your spot. Sooner we set up, sooner we can run a play. Do you want a screen? I mean, I'm asking. I'm just asking. If we're fine, then we're fine. I'm just asking. Sit in the center. What do you want? Alright. You want me at the wing or the top? My fault, X. You want me at the top of the paint, right? Is what you're saying? I don't know top reference in basketball, sorry. Got it. See, don't do that like I just did. There's no point in that. Just throw the stick up. Yeah, sorry, that's what it means by middle. Yeah, because I don't know. Good job. That's what you gotta do, man. That's what we need you for. Yeah, it's better just to go up, yeah. Just spam it, essentially. Like he did, yeah, he did it right. He did it right, just... We're fine, yeah, just keep communicating, we're fine. I mean, my fault, I'm out of your way, I'm out of your way, my fault, my fault. Oh, I was cutting, Sean. I was cutting. I was... I'm cutting X and I'm getting open when I cut. You gotta go up, X. You gotta go up, man. You're gonna get a foul if anything. You're way ahead of him. Yeah, I do. You gotta go up. It's a video game, man. Like, how many times do we see that happen to us? That was stupid. Just rather you be aggressive, dude. It's not. It's a video game, man. Like, learn in the game how to be not over aggressive. It's not real life. You know what I mean? There's no penalty for. There's no real penalty for shooting a bad shot. Stop trying to get everybody else involved. Then can you do that? Like, we're down by 11. Like, that's what I know. That's why I'm trying to coach you out of that. I know that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to coach you to stop doing that. Like, I like you coaching everybody, but then I want you to be aggressive after that. Like, tell everybody where to go, coach, and then to be aggressive. Like, then do your thing. Like, be Jordan. Be alpha. That's my fault. I tried to throw it. You like how I can't pick it up? I'm cutting... No, too late. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I need to back up a little is what you're saying, 2x. When I'm at the wing, you want me... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm too close. If it's there, take it. If it's not, it's reset. Good job. This guy keeps trying. I should have waited just a little longer for your guy to clear, because he came in and kelped. It's not your fault. I'm saying, like, I was anxious when I saw your guy, or when I saw you cut. Yeesh, we're getting mauled. We don't have a quarter we've scored double digits yet. I don't have any points. Yeah, please be aggressive, X. Stop trying to get anybody involved. There, push it. Yeah, there you go. Keep pushing. Because it's like, yeah, well, it's where you were. You're in this, and behind the, inside this little, yeah. Plus, you're not a big. I mean, there you go. Put, yeah, man. Like VR point guard. Push, you know, push it in. Yeah, whatever, you know. Don't be afraid to take a bad shot. I didn't have to. I just did. He just has been so. I shouldn't have done it though. Somebody help him. Sorry, yeah, Beast. You know, Beast knows. Thank you. Thanks for the help, X. Which badge? Right here, right here. Oh. I left Beast alone. I think he was going to me. I was like, not gonna try it. There's a big man right there, man. I was like, no, not even gonna think about it. I left you out to dry. Sorry, dude. He has his takeover on and everything. I was like, no, I'm not even gonna think about it. Good job, Beast. Oh. Up by 20. Oof, that was pretty bad. Oh. Somebody's open. Oh, wrong guy. I was trying to go to the center at the top of the key. Good shot. See, I pressed square X, still doesn't work. I was outside it still. I mean, it's just like, that's why I say if it's a big, unless it's a big, man, those alley-oops work all day. It's just about timing them right. It's just about timing them right. You gotta know when to throw them. I know what you're doing. Oh my god! I didn't know he's a shooter. I just saw his takeover on, so sorry, my fault. I haven't been paying attention, clearly. Nothing. Just, we're down by 30, man. There's not much you can do right. Just have fun. Get through this last 2.5 minutes. Let's get through the misery. Best thing we can do is have fun, man. Have fun right now. Like, just let loose, shoot, like... No, try and have fun, I'm saying. Like you gotta let it go. Like, we've lost already. The best you can do is work on your ego right now. This is lick your wounds time. Well, the one thing you gotta, like, what I'm saying right now is the best thing to do right now is lick your wounds, and then we'll figure out what we got. Like, does that make sense? Like, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. They're a good team, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, we'll have to figure it out. Like, you know, we got to work on our communication. That's obvious. I think we came in with a team we didn't expect. That's part of the problem. Like, I thought we all changed what we were doing. Everybody changed. Almost everybody changed, but Sean, right? And that screwed us up. Like, we need to agree on what lineup we're gonna run. That's part of the problem. Because we got poor X's doing all the dribbling. Now he greens. Oops. And they can pick on him. You know what I mean? He can only do so much. But I mean, you know what I mean? Like, we need somebody who can act. Who's like, we need like 2 archetypes that are, you know, basically built to take the ball up the court, and then 2 other archetypes that shoot, and then at least 1 other archetype that can rebound. Sean's got his center, right? We need a shooter, a ball. Yeah, we need a guy who can handle the ball and shoot. That's what we need. Like a play shot or like a two-way playmaker or something like that. Good shot. Good shot. Good shot. Yeah, he's just through the big. That's not the only. I was open. I should have said something. Good shot, man. Open, 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 open. Jesus. Still, never mind. I'm getting the screen. Oh, thanks for helping. Thanks for helping, Beast. He's gonna give us mercy. Oh! 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 No mercy. And then do we want a screen or do we want to just do 5 out? And I'm just asking, I just curious. Like I think we just ran 5 out mostly, right? Oh shit, it's struck my 6. Oh. Which I'm fine with. I'm fine with. It looked like, I mean, we're running 5 out, like, and then we're just trying to penetrate and see what happened. And I'm fine with that. I was just, because everybody could shoot there, right? Like everybody was able to shoot on that. Because I think we get a lot of turnovers trying to just figure out what we're doing, and that's where if we just don't have to talk much about what we're, you know what I mean, like we just have a set, run, you know, like run to an open spot. If everybody can shoot, then we'll all go to our spots and just wait, and then whoever, you know, at least like I said, if we have 2 ball handlers, whoever has the ball, they'll just dictate what he wants, he wants done. Well, it's just like, again, like, I don't know. When you watch the 2K League, that's what everybody does. That's, I mean, that's how everybody runs their offense. It's either 4 out, it's 4 out, 1 in, and you just pick and roll, or it's 5 out, penetrate and pass. And it's simple. Like you have to keep it simple because there's not enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're gonna get caught up in an animation if you're trying to do multiple stuff. So it's literally like one move, and then if it's not there, you reset. Or it's one screen, and if it's not there, you pass it out and just reset. And you get like 2 or 3, you only get like 2 or 3 passes and screens, and then that's it. And that's what they do. And then all they do is look for... Go. They play 3-2, like they play zone. Yeah. Which was what I'm saying is that's easy more for us to score. Like, and that's what I'm saying is because we weren't organized enough. If we were organized, that would have been easy to expose. But part of the problem is we didn't know what we were doing together. And that's what I'm trying to say is like that's what, yeah, like that's what I watch in the league is they just basically, since they know they're running against a good defense, they just look, you know, it's just they run their offense and they just look for a mistake. And whenever anybody makes a mistake, you take a shot. Are we gonna get another ball handler? Because I really don't want to be a ball handler. Beast, yeah. Or Eric, I don't care. I mean, if I just somebody who has a ball handler made, or Sean, unless Sean doesn't want to. What's his ball? Oh, offensive threat, yeah. Okay. Well, you got, yeah, you and X are our guys then, and then you got to tell us like, are we gonna run 5 out? Is that what? And then like I guess if we're running 5 out, then your whole job when you have the ball is penetrate or take, you know, like you know penetrate or you know take a shot or penetrate and pass, penetrate and shoot, you know, dribble, whatever, pull up in the mid, pull for a 3. Like your whole job is to try and create offense, and then when they crash on you, you know we're sitting and waiting. We're not doing much other than like waiting for you to. You know, to give us the ball. And then if we're in your way, tell us, because we may think we're in the right spot. You know, we'll all go to our right spots, but if you're like, I want to be over here, so you need to guys go over to the other spot. You know what I mean? Just tell us, we'll do it. Is it going to be available? Like, have you pre-ordered it? I'm pretty sure you're going to have to pre-order it, bro. I mean, you're gonna be buying a PS5 in a pandemic. I'm pretty sure you're gonna have to pre-order that shit. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be announced with limited supply. I mean, you remember when PS4 came out? Nobody could buy it in the store till January. They announced it the holiday season, and the only people that got it were pre-orders. And you had to wait till January to get it. And we're getting it in a freaking pandemic. Next! Sean, what's your three-pointer at? What's your three-point rating? They all got the same dance, so... That dude thinks he's a superhero. He's going up on everybody. Alright, let's limit our turnovers. We got a lead. Let's preserve it. Doing good. Good shot. Good shot. I know, 2 in a row, dude. I know, as soon as I say it, it's like I was fucking a broadcaster in golf. Hasn't missed a putt yet today. That's just a good move. This is a good move. Yep. Don't jump, yeah. Don't help him. Just hands up. Yeah, he's not going to be able to do that all day. Like, he's just RNG. Like, in other words, the RNG will help you out eventually. Just be patient. Just throw the stick up and let the animation take over. He can't win that. He can't win that battle every time. Trust me, I've tried to abuse it, even when I have like the posts takeover and stuff. Two-way shooter. Which is fine, he's leaving the court open, so no complaints. You know what I mean? That just means the court's open for everybody else. See, he just sips to my hip. No jumping. Stick is your friend. Stick is your friend. It's RNG, man. When you did that triangle, you're just saying 2K gods, fuck me over. I've been there, man. Plenty of times. Been there plenty of times. Whoa, whoa. How many turnovers have we got, guys? Oh, we're not bad. We're not bad. Never mind. I mean, we're not good, but we ain't bad. I'm rapping. Ooh, they just came right back. Boom! What lead? I didn't see no lead. It's a two-way, right? I have a two-way on me, so. My guy's over here spamming square, dude. Whenever, like, X, when you come over here, he's like, as soon as you get over near me, he starts spamming square. There he is, spamming square. Spamming square. Like you can see the little animation where they just keep like they're flinching or whatever. You thought that? Yeah, fuck me too. There goes our lead officially. We still should beat these guys, yeah. How is he able to get that across the court? It's such a high difficult shot. Just let him shoot it. Go! Oh man, they are giving you that, X. You're good, you're good. Good jump ball. What the? Play of the half. Our offense is fine, I think, right? We just need to tighten up our D. Make them stop you, X. Make them stop you. Don't stop yourself, make them stop you. We're not in the right spot. There's too many people in the wrong spot. Good shot. I'll say something, Max. I saw you run into the other side and then I ran to the other side. I know, I'll say something. I know, yeah, I'll say something. Get the fuck out of here. Are you see? It looks like you're seeing the rhythm. Are you seeing it, X? Like you just go in and out, and then wait for him to make a dumb mistake. And sometimes that means pass it out. But yeah, like be aggressive. Look for look for them to give you the lane first. Force them to like clog that lane. Like yeah, meaning like it sounds like it's still a win if you force them to clog the lane and you can't get in there. They're getting so many fast break points, guys. They can't score other than fast break. And turnover. Fast break and turnover. Fast break and turnover is where they get us every time. If we can force them to run a set offense, we're definitely a better team. But they're better at the fast break. We're still winning, man. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is we have the lead. We could slow it down enough. We could slow it down enough on offense. The problem is if we have a turnover, man, that's another transition bucket. Like, if we could just play offense on defense, we'd win this game, even in zone. It's just transition is blowing us. See, if we get a set, man, we're the better team. It's in transition, we can't win. Nobody can, right? Just stay patient, X, on offense is what I'm trying to say, dude. Like, just no turnovers, let the shot clock run out. If they don't make a turnover or an error, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like, we got to find a way to play defense at the end of the day. Turnover. That transition bucket. That's what kills us, man. Right there. I'm not blaming you, Eric. Sorry, man. I'm not blaming you, dude. I'm not blaming you at all, Eric. I'm saying, like, that's where we gotta work hard. Like, I don't care how much we gotta slow it down. We gotta do whatever we gotta do just to not, like, I don't care if we give a shot clock violation. That at least means no transition. Hello. I agree, don't help. That's just a foul most of the time. Ooh, that was a 2. 8-point game. I mean, it's 5 minutes. Think about it. That's what, 6 possessions, you guys. If we could just find a way to slow it down. Like I just did. Oops. Again, that's better. I know, that's better. Like, we can play defense. Let's just D up now. Oh. Good job, guys. Look at my dumb ass jumping. Fuck. Somebody lagging out? We got a lagger. There's that 3 that hurts us. It's alright, it's alright. Just keep it slow. See if we can get a mistake. Remember, it's 4 out, 1 in now, guys. 4 out, 1 in. 4 out, 1 in because of the computer. So, X, do you know how to call for a screen for the computer or no? I would do that if I were you. Whoever has the ball, call for a screen from the computer. Do you know how to do that? Yeah, you guys know how, right? Just relentlessly call for a screen. Relentlessly call for the screen from the L2. And we'll all just sit still. Sorry, I fucking did not help that, right? Love it, X. Love it, love it, love it. Somebody get my guy. Thank you, whoever. Well, that's better than five, dude, 5. Get in the spots and then do your thing with the center, and is what it is. Fine, dude. It's fine. Just no. Yeah, no. Relax. Yeah. Good job, X. Good job. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on! Oh, that's a steal, man. That's a steal. I was lit. You're fine. I guess, yeah. I know, huh? He's not even helping you? Were you calling for a screen, or were you trying to tell him to cut? Yeah, that's right. It was me. I didn't. Well, it's not your fault. I assumed you got caught. I didn't see you next to it. Yeah, meaning I had no excuse. Well, let's look. Yeesh. It's only a minute left. At least knock it. Yeah, obviously, let's take 23 seconds here. There's your one more. Let's go, clutch. Let's go, clutch. Whew, 64%. Dude, 65 on the last one. Game. Oh, well, sorry, not game, but... And he's got his takeover. So 3 seconds. Oh my god. Yeesh. Nice. Yeesh. We need to stop. We need to stop. Too late. Over here, over here. Too late. Too late. Alright. Hey, I don't think the center had a shooter, by the way. His 3-point's only 65. I don't think that qualifies as a 3-point rating. Dude, you gotta be 75 to be a shooter as a 3. That's not decent. I'm sure you've seen him. I'm saying, I'm sure you've seen him. I'm sure you've seen him. They obviously that... Dude, I disagree. I'm just saying, like, it's a video game. Like, why are you guys like trying to like always do the skill thing? Like, why not just rely on the RNG? Like, yeah, but if you don't green, you ain't making shit. Like, like it's so dumb to just be like, well, it doesn't matter. Like, you're not gonna green most of them. Like, you're only talking at most 10% of your shots that you're greening. Again, though, we're talking about like you guys are the ones in roulette. They're like 00, and like instead of being like I'll take red. No, fuck that. We're gonna hit 00 this time. Like I get it, you can hit 00 every now and then, but why not just play like why not play a calm game like where you just fire up and then if you don't green, you get the benefit most of the doubt. Like the teams that we end up playing, like they don't green. Like we lose to teams that green less than us. That's what I'm saying. So why not be that team? Why do you guys always want to be the team that greens all the time? Like, I've played on plenty of teams where we lose to better teams that are more skilled, but they just, everybody's at least 75 on the 3-point line, and we just run a set offense, and then we just kind of accept it. Like, we just run 4 or 5 games, and if we lose, we lose, we win, we win. Well, I'm just saying, that's not the only way to win. Like, there's better ways to win. It does, is what I'm saying. Like, there's RNG. There's plenty. Like I just told you, I just explained that I play on teams where we win and we do not green almost at all, because we either just take dunks or layups. I'm saying because, like, for one, part of the problem is we don't have the lineup. And 2, we don't have, when we do have the lineup, we're not communicating on what set offense we're running, or it's taking too long. Does that make sense? Like, everything I've talked about is the problem. And it's not anything new. I'm saying, like, you eliminate all those things, everybody talks, we all get together on who we're going to run, and I guess, again, what I'm saying is we agree on something instead of, like, and again, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm saying, like, I changed, then everybody else changed. Nobody even thought about talking to each other after we changed. So I'm not blaming any specific person. I'm just saying that's what I know from playing on other teams. I've played on other teams. I know that this is possible. I'm not making this up. This is why I made the guys I made. That's why I made this guy. He's 75-3, and I don't, as long as I sit in the corner, I just shoot whenever I'm open, and more times than not I make it, because I have the badge set up the way that I looked it up. You pay for 2K Labs, right? You pay the $5.99. They give you all the feedback on every single fucking shot. Again, like, oh, you can't do like? Well, you don't, what do you mean they can't get the things to come up? Well, anyways, I can get it to come up. I get it to work. You get it to when you get it all that info. And I guess what I'm saying is, like, it's just about looking and playing the numbers. Like, that's all I'm saying is, like, you just play the numbers. How some of the badges don't work, right? And it's been exploited that way. And 2K Labs tests it. And so, like, that's why I was saying, like, I don't like if you like, there's a reason why you wear the certain badges you're wearing. And I guess what I'm saying is I also agree that it is a feel thing. Does that make sense? Like, just because there's a higher green percentage with a certain jump shot, other jump shots have higher make percentage when you don't green. You see what I'm saying? And that's the way that's literally the way the game's set up. And so I still agree with you guys. I picked a jump shot that has the highest green window, but I also meaning I picked the jump shot that has the highest two of these. It has the highest green window and it has the highest make window when you're just outside of green. And that's not the highest green window shot. Does that make sense? Like, that's not the all-over highest green window shot. Because I'm just trying to play the averages. I figure since I'm not greening all the time, but I do want to green, I don't want to make greening impossible, let's take the highest one that is RNG and skill. Like, does that make sense? That requires the least amount of skill and the most amount of RNG. So my green window is as big as possible. And I guess what I'm saying is that's the base 38. Random number generator, like it's a video game, so they have to plug in an algorithm to create. Sorry. So, because they have to make gravity and everything, it's all just basic bullshit. Like, that's what you guys have played this game long enough. You see how you can predict when shit happens. So the way you get out of those loops is you have to create a different RNG. And that's all I'm trying to suggest. Like, that's the thing with the stick that I talked about that other guys taught me. And, yeah, like, that's all I'm saying is that's what I've learned from this. And I've seen how I've played on teams where we've literally played with guys who just came on that day. Like he was, like he found a friend, he's working out at the gym and he just gets the game. He comes on and we just tell him to go sit in the fucking corner and basically just shoot the ball whenever he gets it. And then basically on defense, we just help him out and we still win. I mean, we don't win all, I'm not saying I'm bragging like we win all the time. I'm saying that's the games that I love is when we're on the other side of what we just experienced, where we're not the better team and we beat a better team. And we came back on them. And that would happen all the time. Not all the time, but I'm saying, like, again, that would happen more frequently when I've noticed that I would have to get with teams who don't go out to skill it. They just accept that it's like, it's a Saturday night, right? We're just going to go and play 5 games and just fire up our fucking shots. If they work, they work. If they don't, they don't. We're not going to make it any more complicated than what it is. We run a simple offense, and we just have fun. And sometimes we win, sometimes we don't. But we end up winning more than we lose just because the RNG helps us out. Again, I'm not saying you see my record, I'm not saying like I blow people away, I just win 2 games for every 1 loss, and it's pretty consistent when you don't have to stress about it when you just work with RNG. And again, that's what I'm saying is look at 2K Sports. That's what these guys are doing. That's why everybody runs a 4-1 or a 5. And they talk about how they make fun of guys. Why'd you a guy would switch his thing and they'd run a totally different one. They'd get embarrassed, and then before they know it, they're out of the playoffs and they're one of the favorite teams because somebody tried something new. And I'm not saying that doesn't work. I'm saying because you have to work the RNG into when you have something new to figure out what it is. And that's where if we play with, whatever, and we agree what we're going to play on and just run a certain system on, again, just freelance. You just set in a system, a set play, and freelance from there, we'll see RNG start to help us. We'll see plays damn, I didn't know that could work. All right, well, since we're not doing a lot different, we'll set up the same thing, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then half the time, the other team gets scared because we did something we didn't even know we could do, and they start spamming, and we get more shots that we never expected. There, I'm done ranting. I've played with dudes that are worse than all of you guys, and we've played better just because they're all Beast Sage, me and Beast Sage, and they've just played video games all their life, and they don't really give a shit about skill because they understand that skill's not in a video game. They can't sell to everybody if it's about skill. Do you not get why not get the benefits that kids get when they play this? And I'm just saying it's fun. It does get boring. What ends up happening is that when I play with these guys, we would beat so much in rec, we'd have to go to to Pro-Am because it wouldn't be fun anymore, and then we just get whooped in Pro-Am, and then to build our confidence and ego back up, we'd go back in rec and just run our set plays and then feel confident again, and then try and go in Pro-Am and then learn that you really have to have skill in Pro-Am. But in rec, you can beat most of the guys just because of the RNG will help you. And you're right, Parks, to your point, they talk that. I asked them about Park, and they're like, we don't play Park because you can't do this shit in Park. Park, you have all these weird animations that it doesn't, the RNG is completely different. It's not, whereas in Rec, there's so many people that they run into each other that the RNG is so limited. Whereas Park, it's so more spaced out, and once everybody has their different animations and different badges, that creates a lot more different RNG. That's hard to predict. Like, I'm sure once you figure it out, like, again, if you just watch the YouTube videos, watch what these guys do in Park. Like, that's how they just figure out what or other people call it meta. In 2K, or in the show, everybody calls it meta. Or at least the devs call it. What the devs say is, they set a meta, and once everybody figures out the meta, they have to change the meta. Meaning, like, there's a way to play the game where it's easy, where you can play it on the hardest level, and you just have to do a few basic things, and it doesn't require any skill at all, and eventually the RNG will collapse in your favor, and you just start pounding on teams. And in the show, it happens like in the sense that the devs talk about how they always try to see how long they can go until somebody figures out the meta, and then they have to put a patch in and change the meta again. You see it on 2K where they change shit all the time because somebody figures something out. I mean, it's also glitches too, but they also change meta because A, people complain, and B, they're complaining because somebody's spamming something that they figured out, the meta, or RNG, whatever. The guy, Laker fan, you ever watch a Laker fan? He does everything about bigs, dude. He shows you all the meta about every big. He talks about it all the time, how it's like, dude, it's not about the bar. Fuck the bar. You just go up and you just keep going up. Like, you just get in the right position and the RNG will help you. It's all about positioning, and then RNG takes over. You just have to have because a lot of times it doesn't look right. We just have the confidence to know that the RNG will help you out more. 2 out of 3, you're going to make it. So who cares if you get blocked on that one? You just keep doing it because the RNG will help you. Your build is made to do certain things in certain spots, no matter the other build. Like, even if they do a perfect play, it won't work every time on their side. It'll work more times than not on your side, even if you don't have perfect timing. You just have to know where that RNG is built in your favor. And that's what I've really exploited on. I mean, I've done so much better on the show this year because I told you guys last year I struggled to play on Legend. I'm doing awesome on Legend this year. I mean, not all, whatever. Like, I'm bragging now, but I get my ass whooped. But man, it feels so good to like it's real simple. Like, I have a little system now that I basically stole from a bunch of dudes on YouTube, and it's really simple. I don't do a whole lot. Like, I wait for a specific count. And then I wait for RNG to help out, because if you're on the other side when you're pitching, it always happens on this count where you might throw a perfect pitch and you'll hang it. So I just wait for that count, and then if I don't get it, you have to you have to use some skill. You have to skill yourself back into a good count, and then just basically swing. Like, you don't do anything else but just time it and swing, and usually the RNG will help you out. And then after... What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean, for us tomorrow? I guess, meaning, I think, like, what everything I was saying, like, I think what we did was fine. We just have to, like, practice is one. Does that make sense? Like, I mean, as we're literally talking about it now, we've actually played more than we've talked about. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of it's practice, a lot of it's like, as I was just saying, learning what the RNG gives us. If we all stay stationary, then the RNG doesn't get crazy. Does that make sense? Then when you do certain moves, X, it becomes more consistent that does that make sense? Do you remember, guys, when oh, I got pulled or something happened? That's because the other team is staying set, and they're doing stuff where you, like, because of RNG, you get pulled into shit that you wouldn't normally get pulled into, because they know how to use RNG. And that's where, if we just stay set and we run the same stuff over, and again, by the same stuff, I'm not saying the same play, I'm saying the same set play, and then just try stuff, you'll see if you have any basketball IQ. And again, meaning, I've seen, like, I'm always the worst player on most of these teams that I play on. They always tell me to sit in the corner, and I watch them, and I learn this shit, and I just shoot whenever they tell me to shoot. And I watch the guard work with the center, and they do pick and roll, and then everybody else does a backdoor cut or a wrap around the pick and the center and the guard doing a pick and roll. Does that make sense? And they just keep repeating that shit. And whichever, like, every team is different because RNG is with every team. And so they try a bunch of different stuff. Whichever one works, they exploit that first. Then the team will try and collapse it. And it's hilarious in the sense they either collapse and it works, or when they collapse, they overplay it and we do it even worse. And then it's just basically just do the other stuff. You do the backdoor cuts, you do the pick and rolls, and then basically you drive and you penetrate and pass, or penetrate and shoot. And I guess what I'm saying is that's the freelance part. That's the part where I've learned from everybody else. Like, I was on a team where one guy coached too much, and everybody hated that. Does that make sense? So I've learned, in my opinion, the best way, or the best teams, they didn't really coach. They just had a set play, and everybody kind of learned from each other. Like it was just like, you know, like 4-1 or. There's Beast. You guys are, I mean, especially UX and Beast, you guys are much better than a lot of teams I've played on. And then the guys I've played on. Does that make sense? Because I play with guys that are at least Beast Sage, and I guess what I'm saying is they're kind of like me in the sense that, like, dude, we just don't have that young skill that you guys have. Is that, you know what I mean? I don't know, I'm not trying to like claim I'm old. I'm saying like you have a different ambition when it comes to video games that it's hard for us to get up for. Does that make sense? Like we're used to playing, you know, like old school video games where you just go on, you play for your franchise, or you play your computer and you kick its ass, then you move on. Whereas your generation, you guys are much more adapted to playing other people. So it's like, if anything, that's where you'll notice you never run into a lot of older players playing online, because the older players play offline. And so my point is, when I run into older players playing online, that's what I've noticed with them, is they have the same problem I have, where it's hard for them to just green all the time, and they don't like losing when they know that they're smarter than the other team. So they band together, like they have, like one dude, actually, I got on the team, they had a website. I had to pay $5 a month to be on the team, because they all had a website where you had to log in on the website and let everybody know that you were available, like a free agent for every night. It was awesome. I loved it. I've honestly thought about doing it, because we had like 20 guys, and you just log in, and then I'd be playing, and somebody would, like, you know, the website would send me an update or whatever saying, you know, the message or whatever would come across saying, I'm the Fate, you want to, you know, we need a center, do you want in? Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm ready. And sometimes, you know, if they got like, you know, because there'd be like 2 or 3 games going on inside the website, and then like I did, you know, so you know what I mean, like, and it was just, when you get on, you have to kind of learn the team. And I did my, you know, like you're like me in the sense that I just, you know, when you get on a new team, I don't want to be a hero. I want to learn the team and learn how to like be a better player. And so I was always on different teams with always different players. And it took like a month of playing with them until I realized most of these dudes just come and go. It's the same group of 20 or 30 guys, and sometimes, you know, they have jobs, you know what I mean? Like, they're like me. It's like they'll go and play another game, and then they'll come back a month. Like, because like this one guy, Bama, I see him all the time on here. He was literally never in the group until like the last few days I was in the group. And when he came back in, he talked like he'd been in there forever. And like at first I was kind of like, this dude doesn't, like, he's kind of like out of his place. He hasn't been here that long. And then somebody else kind of backed him up and was like, dude, you were one of the first. So apparently, like, they have a system where it's just, you know, rotating. And I guess my point is what I liked about them is they know, since everybody's going to be new, you just have to sit with a system. And like they would yell, like, meaning they yelled at me a bunch of times. They're like, or not yelled at me, like they would laugh. They'd be like, I'm waiting for Fate to stop having a seizure over there. I'd be like, oh, my bad. Am I not supposed to be doing that? They're like, nobody told you to run. Where are you going? And I'd be like, well, I've been sitting in the corner for blah, blah, blah. Like, I would sound like, no offense to Keegan, I would sound like Keegan a lot. I was like, I'm sitting in the corner. I thought I just got bored. They're like, you're supposed to sit in the corner. Did we not bring you on this team to do something? Like, they were, you know what I mean? Like, they weren't rude, but they're just like, look, dude, like, if you want to go play on a team where it's all the time freelance, we're not saying you can't do that. You're just not on the team to do that. We're not going to, like, they weren't going to yell at you, if that makes sense. They just weren't, like, they would literally hold the ball and just take a 24-second. If so, like, I never had it happen on me because I learned the lesson, but some kid came in, what was his name? Because I'm still friends with his name's Dave. He went off on him. Dave's like, well, fuck you. I'm not fucking playing on your fucking team then. And the game's name was Joey. Joey's like, then get the fuck out, Dave. I don't know what to tell you, man. And like, he quit right in the game. He was like, I guess we got a computer for the rest of the game, guys. Sorry. Like, because they were just like, we don't want to, like, deal with that shit. Like, we don't like the kid attitude of, like, I come in here to do this. I come in here to do this. They, like, we're not all about winning. We're not all about, like, you know, one thing or the other. We want to have a good time. We want to have fun. And we recognize that losing is not fun. So, you know what I mean? If we lose, we're going to try and mix, you know, like, we're going to be semi-competitive, but nobody's going to get hard on each other. You know, like, that's what I liked about their group, too, is you know, they would hear me go off, and they're just like, well, fine, do what you got to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I liked that they understood my attitude. They understood that it didn't matter if I went off on them or not, maybe not understood. They just didn't give a fuck. They're like, dude, we don't take the game that seriously. Like, we want to play hard, but if we lose, we lose, man. It is what it is. And that's when I realized, like, it's a good team to be on, because they take it seriously, but a loss was not, like, because at first, like, I lost a couple times with these teams where I was the one reason they lost, so I just shut my mouth. Well, we started losing with a couple guys where I was like, dude, like, this guy is just killing us. And so I was kind of voicing how I was like, I think we need to do this, I think we need to do this. He's like, well, I think our team's fine, bro. Like, he's like, I don't want to, like, do playbooks or anything. He's like, I was just thinking maybe, like, every now and then we add another play, but he's like, if you want, he's like, you can do that, but he's like, personally, he's like, I said, man, he's like, we like to freelance as much as we can. Like, in other words, what I'm saying is, like, I was shocked. I really thought that he was either going to agree with me or, like, just chime, you know, like, ride that guy. And they don't, like, they're okay with, like, I guess, because what I'm saying, again, like, I'd lost a lot, so I thought I was really bumming them out. But like because they're that good. That's what I'm trying to say is like they really don't. They're not pressing. That's what I'm trying to say is like, you know what I mean, when you have a good game X, like when you shoot the lights out and then you have this other dude who just fucking hangs it up and you're like, what the fuck? Well, nobody on the team ever shoots the lights out, so nobody was ever pissed if we lost. You see what I'm saying? Like everybody just kind of did their thing and fire up a shot when you have a shot. If you get a couple greens, you get a couple greens. It is what it is. And then if we lost, nobody would really go like personally butthurt because everybody's just playing a role. We just play our role. If the role works out, it works out. And it was because it was so organized, it would work out a lot. I'm not trying to ramble. I'll let you go, man. But I just like, because exactly, that's what I'm saying. Is like they were really, that you got my point then. My long story. You totally got my point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And exactly. I know, dude. That's why I still play with you. I know. That's why I still play with you. That's why I still play. I know. Exactly. I know. Well, I'm just asking you not to give up. How about that? Like I'm working. Yeah, I'm asking you not to give up. So let me have a heart to heart with you real quick. Let me have a heart to heart with you. So I'm working on my coddling skills, and you're like and don't take this the wrong way. You're the perfect person in the sense that I had a problem with my sister, and I really like ripped in. Long story. I'll try not to rant, but so I a couple times since then I've been really working on it with my sister, and she even complimented me about how she's like, you've really gotten better at it, and so. My point is I've been trying to work on my coddling skills, and again, you know what I mean by coddling. Coddling might be the wrong word. There's two ways to motivate people, and one of them's through, you know, like the whip, and the other's through the pillow. Or yeah, sorry, I have the metaphor wrong, but the point being is, I don't see either of them as wrong. And especially because I want to win, I need to get better at motivating at the other side. So I'm trying to get better at being able to be a supporter of you, if that makes sense, because you have the skill, you have the talent, you can yeah, like that. And I guess what I'm saying is I tend to be too aggressive on you in the wrong way, and I'm trying to get better at, like, so I guess what I'm saying is if you can help me at that, I would appreciate it, because I know you need the motivation. I just want to get better at giving the right motivation to you. Does that make sense? Because sometimes, not that, you know, again, like, not that I know you don't take it the wrong way. It's just that it's not productive. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I need to get better at productive motivation. And with you, I'm really good at what, like, when I see you do something good and I remind you about it, I get so much farther with you. Like, again, like, not, and I guess, again, what I'm trying to say is not that you're that person. I'm saying I'm already good at the other part of that. Does that make sense? Like, there's parts of you that, yes, I know how to crack the whip on you. Does that make sense? Like, I know how to do that in every way that you need it. It's that you don't need it in every way. Does that make sense? And that's where I'm trying to get better. Just like everybody does. Just like me. Like, for the most part, the best way to motivate me is tell me I can't do something. But that doesn't work with me in, like, dating. Does that make sense? Like, when a girl's like, well, you can't do that, I'm like, well, that's not going to work. I'll just be like, maybe I can. Fuck off. Have a nice day. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you get what I'm saying? You get my point? I was just trying to say, like, I'm trying to get better at doing, because I see myself as somebody who can be a teacher or a coach. And so knowing that, then I have to find a way to get better at the part that, again, because even the hardest people need coddling. Does that make sense? So I'm trying, because I'm just horrible at it. Normally I just get away when people, you know what I mean, like for a client example, when a client needs it. So I'm trying to get better at that, and I guess what I'm saying is, so I know you're the perfect example for me. Like, if I could find a way to get you surrounded by other people who are like you, it would grow your confidence so more, not just in this dumbass video game, in every way. Because again, what I'm saying is, like, that's where it is it is night and day if you play with guys who are like you. If you could get 5 guys like you, you would have such a much better time. Like I think Eric's like you is what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like you just, well, I guess what I'm saying is like open mind. Like, yeah, like he seems like somebody who, like, you, if you say, hey, look, you got to sit here and do this, and the reason you're doing it is not for an individual accolade, it's for a team accolade. You know him better than me, though. This is my short observation of him. And this is where I'm actually, again, like, this is what I'm trying to say. Is so I'm trying to concede to you. That's the wrong word. I'm trying to give in to your opinion here. I actually think your opinion is more valuable than mine, so that's what I'm saying is, like, I'm trying to find other guys for us to play with that are like you, that you think are like you, because I know if we can get 5 guys that are like you, dude, every game is so much easier. Even when we lose, it's easier. I don't know how else to explain that. Like, it's just mentally easier. And not that you have to always play with them, just that, you know what I mean? Like, it makes it so, like, when you go and freelance with other people, you see why you're losing, and it doesn't bother you as much. Like, and again, like, you understand where I'm coming from. I'm not coming from a position that I'm better than you guys. I'm actually coming from a position that I know that I'm worse than you guys, because I've played on other teams and seen how you guys are clearly better than me. You see what I'm saying? Oh, sorry. I don't have to go that far, is what you're saying. Yeah. No, but you know what I mean? Well, no, that's what I'm trying to say is, like, and better's, you're right about better, but better's a different word. Like, I'm trying to stress what the better is. The better is, what do you mean? Sorry. Go ahead. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's the teams we play too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think if I played with guys that are better too, we would struggle with those teams as well. Like, don't get me, again, like that's what I'm saying. Is like, even if I'm on a good team, you see teams like that and like, this is going to be a game. I'm not denying that. I just say, and again, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Eric is a good example, and I don't even guess what I'm saying is I don't think there's anything wrong with the team we have now. I just think you're the perfect vessel to communicate to everybody that they need to be in it for the team. Sorry, that's what I'm trying to say. Is I'm not. It doesn't have. You don't have to change the players really. You just have to change the attitude of the leader of everybody. Does that make sense? And again, like if I change attitude, again, what I'm saying is you have the right attitude. It's just how do I continue to get you to remind everybody else that they have to have your attitude. You see? Does that make sense? Yeah. Well, that's what leaders have to always have the most. Yeah, leaders always have to have the most on them. I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. Well, how about I try this? I got it. Oh, go ahead. I got an example. I got an idea. So, you know how the brain is built, right? I'm going to try science on you. The amygdala, right? You know what the amygdala is, right? So the amygdala is a pretty relative to everything in the brain, meaning like when I say relative to size, the amygdala is a pretty big size of the brain. Again, when I say size, meaning it's actually incredibly small, but considering that the conscious and the subconscious take up a shitload of the brain, the amygdala, there's not much left. Does that make sense? There's a few other parts, and the amygdala is a pretty big part of the few other parts left. I mean, it's probably, what, an inch in diameter thick maybe altogether? So we're not talking a lot. The whole point I'm trying to get to is the whole purpose of the amygdala is fear. So, in my opinion, and what that means is, or the best way I've understood is, why would God, if you will, put something like that in our body unless it's supposed to help us in some way? And I guess what I'm saying is that makes sense that you should be afraid. It is normal to have fear. It's what you do to overcome it. Does that make sense? And that's the next step. Is I guess what I'm saying is it should feel comfortable to have fear, because fear means you're in the right place. Fear means that you found yourself in a spot that you know is challenging and it might be overwhelming. Does that make sense? Like, it's not something that's easy. and more importantly might be. Like what I'm saying is like that's what every leader accepts. Every leader accepts that they walked into a role that could very easily overcome them, but they didn't go into it thinking that they would always overcome the role. They went into the role saying, what am I going to do when I'm overcome? Does that make sense? That's what a good leader does. A good leader does not think he's going to beat everybody. A good leader says, what do I do? What do I tell the team when we lose? How do I prepare the team for a loss? How do I get the team in a mental state so that we can come back for a loss? You see what I'm saying? Like that's where the whole fear element gets relieved and overcome, is because you start focusing on the steps that get you through it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm trying to help you with that. Like it sounds like you're in the right spot. We just have to stay there for a little while. Get comfortable in this little fear spot of, well, sometimes you're going to be good at leading and sometimes you'll fail, and that's what we just got to get used to until we finally get the pieces together, and that's through repetition to have it so that you're taking control every time up and down the court, even if you don't have the ball. And that's where I guess what I'm saying is I'm looking, this is a job for me, because if I can do that, then I learn something. Does that make sense to you? Because I'm, like I have my own little world where I'm not young anymore, so I can't do a certain amount. So the best hope I have is, especially because I'm becoming very jaded with the world is right now, I don't have like, it's very easy for me not to care about people right now. Does that make sense? Like, so the only way I can feel like I do something in this world is I have to teach. I have to pass on any knowledge that I have, if that makes sense. So knowing that, then that's the only way I can feel like I'm not an asshole. And does that make sense? Like that's how I live with myself. That's how I kind of cross that line and feel like, well, the world is pretty shitty and there's a lot of shitty people out there. And for the most part, I don't want to help all of them. But as long as I focus on always helping and teaching people the things I know, then no matter what, I'll at least say that I wasn't contributing to the negativity. I don't know, man. I'd argue that it might be, I'd argue that's, I don't know, old age, like in other words, I don't know that I thought, I didn't, fuck that. Of course I did not think that when I was young. Dude, I didn't think anything like that when I was young. It's just once you get old, it's hard to remember what it's like to be young. Well, I know what you're saying, but yeah, like, like, you know how I'm in about Science X, like, time is a crazy motherfucker, dude. Like, if you think about, like, like, here's how time fucks with me now, is I think about, let's say, for example, let me just take a quick example. I think about 18 years of high school, or 18 years of, of public school, not, of element, whatever, grade school growing up. 18 years. I have lived a literal 2 lives of high school. Does that make sense? Like, in other words, what I'm saying is, you remember how painful it is to get through high school, how you're in, like, junior... Like, I remember personally still how I was in junior high going, oh my god, I can't wait to be an adult. This is only fucking in my 11th year? Like, how is this even humanly possible? Like, I was thinking, like, how is it like to be an adult and to have, like, 10 years of your life not in school? You know what I mean? Like, god, that must be a great life. And now I'm here going... Dude, I didn't understand anything about time, because it totally doesn't work like that. And not only that, like, time is one of the worst things out there. Because when you're young, time feels like it's a plus. I mean, like, no matter how much time you spend, you always know you got more ahead of you. So you don't, like, it's easy to look at it as in a positive way. And then once you slip past that point where you start to realize that you've spent a lot of your time doing a lot of fun stuff, if that makes sense. Like, you actually feel like you're like, wow, like, dude, I've partied a lot in my life. Like, literally, like, to the point where you're like, dude, I don't really need to go out tonight, because I feel like this would be too many nights partying. You know what I mean? Like, and then, like, you have that happen, like, 6 or 7 times in your life. Like, dude, like, I feel like I've spent, like, I mean, think about it. Like, if I think about it, I'm 38 years old. You could probably literally put down the amount of times I've gone on vacation and just drank myself silly. You could put down maybe a full year. I mean, think about that. I'm 38 years old. Since 20, like, I've literally spent weeks of my life on vacation just drinking every day, multiple times. So in my lifetime, there's a good chance that I've spent 365 days. If you add them up, does that make sense? 365 days drunk. There's a good chance of that. Think about spending a full year of your life drunk right now. Like, that's how time quantifies. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, does that make sense? Like, that's where, like, I know that's what I mean by science. Like, so that's where, like, In other words, like the way I look at, like I have stocks now, right? And the way I look at my stocks is totally different than when I looked at them when I was younger. And it has nothing to do with logic. Like I can't tell you anything logically that makes you emotionally look at stocks differently when you age. Like when I was young, I never had stocks. I take it back. I just learned about it and I thought, okay, well when I get older I'll use it. And I just thought of it as a stupid thing in the sense that I was like, okay, well you only get like 10 years worth of money if you save up this, and it's like, okay, well so what? That's 10 years of my fucking life I had to save up just for this. Well, when you spent 3 times of 10, if that makes sense, like I've spent 30 years of my life on this earth, I've spent 3 versions of 10. If you do 3 times I invest in the stock market 10 times, I'm making 6 figures, bro. Like that's fucking stupid that I haven't done it. Did that make any sense? No? Is that hard to figure? Now, not that I'm just saying, like, that's not that you, again, like, I know you guys get that. That's easily logical for you to understand. What I'm trying to say is, imagine being me now when you live in an apartment and you know, like, and again, I'm not saying I'm broke. Does that make sense? I'm just trying to say, like, no matter how old you are, you always want more. There's an inevitability. Does that make sense? Like, you can have money, trust me, you're always going to want more. So it's inevitable that at some point, it really starts to hurt how much you missed opportunities in the past, even when you're successful. That, and take it from me, who's met more successful people than me. Like I thought that was just a me thing. Like I thought, well, I'm just not as successful as XYZ. I've met some of the most successful sons of bitches, and I swear to God, they still to this day can vividly remember the big, you know, business thing that they failed or passed up on and didn't take. Like nobody ever forgets that dollar that they didn't make. Doesn't matter how much money you make. And then I guess what I'm trying to say is, so that becomes a weight that if you don't like let time go, it really fucks with you. And that's what I work with a lot. Is I really have to work on being like mentally like not letting time fuck with me. Trying to understand that it's a good thing that I age. It's a good thing that, you know, like unfortunately my battery's recycling down, because that means I get to get more out of every opportunity. I'm sorry, now you get what I'm saying, right? Like I'm just being emotional. Like that's what happens, is all of a sudden you start to realize your emotions are really important, because if you don't have them, you can go fucking crazy. Like you can have a mental breakdown really easy. Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm talking to you, like panic attacks. That's what I'm saying. It's like I never had a panic attack in my life. I don't think I've ever had one, but man, when I got older and started to see things start to pass before my life, I was like, wow, all of a sudden I can't breathe. My heart's like not working properly. And then it was like, okay, I just have to realize that everything's okay. Like it's, you know, like, and then realize the way kind of time functions, that I'm not dying right now. You know, like it's if you think about how time operates, like just stare at the clock, it'll pass. Like and that's what I'm saying. Like it's a real mental game the older you get. Because physical goes, dude. Once physical goes, you realize your brain's your best thing. And so you really got to make sure you're lucid. Because, man, like, and yeah, you know me, like, you know me, Rex. I rant a lot. But, like, I train older people, man. Older people, like, I train 70-year-old people. They're losing their shit, man. And they're in good shape. And they still, like, forget shit. Like, it's just, I mean, it's, when you go, man. Like, and it's a scary world. And that's what I'm saying, like, when you know, like, imagine that, that's what I'm trying to say, is think about that. Think about being on the edge of a slow falling cliff, I guess, if that makes sense, where you're suspended in air and you have no choice but to slowly fall. And you're just on the decline now, and all you can do is just make good of the decline. And I just know too many people that lose it doing that. Like they start doing dumb shit, you know. That's like I'm crossing the point. Like it's I've already seen it with a couple guys, because they're really so I have 2 friends that they've had, like one guy got a Lamborghini already. He's 38 years old like me, because he's having a midlife crisis early. It usually happens around the 40s, but he's already having his midlife crisis because he's seeing time slip before him and he feels like he's missed out on so much, which happens to all of us. Like that's what I try to like remind him. I'm like, dude, I have less than you, and you don't think I go through that shit? Like I just have to let it go. And I think it's harder for him to let go because he has so much. Does that make sense? He has a lot of material. So it really fucks with him. He's got like 3 kids in college and they're doing good, but like, you know, they're at expensive university. He's like a real popular, you know, like he's Mr. Popularity. He's got like a lot of his career's going well, but he's like, it's almost like he just watched his life pass before his eyes. Exactly thing. He was too busy. Like you're exactly. Yeah, there's a good way of explaining it. Jeff was too busy raising kids, being busy making money, that he didn't have a chance to like kind of live and be a kid. And take it from me, Jeff parties more than me. Like here's a personal note I shouldn't say. I can't tell you how many times I have come to Jeff's house in the morning and smelled alcohol in that motherfucker because he was drinking all night. And he still works out because he's an Air Force guy, former Air Force guy. He's they're that tough-hearted kind of guy. businessman. He got his business degree. He's an internet sales guy. He just fucking cranks it out all day. He's on the computers all day. Very driven guy. But just like I said, and you know, he's that whole thing of like, you party as hard as you work. You know, I work hard and I party harder kind of thing. Like, you know, he's got to have Dom Cristal wherever he goes, whenever he goes out. Super fucking, yeah, whatever. But my point is like, and a nice guy, down to earth, but dude, like, he's fucked in the head. Like, he's fucked in the, like, oh, like, that's X. That's where it's taken from somebody who's old. Like, there's a lot of times I wish I had a lot of money, but then I look and go, like, think about the prices I would have had to pay to get there. Not that, again, like, you can make money. I'm not trying to say don't make money. I don't want to be a socialist. I'm not a fucking socialist, okay? I'm all for capitalism. I'm saying that you want to make your money the way you make your money. Does that make sense? You want to be 100% in control. Don't ever let anybody, like, because this is what happened to me a lot, and people couldn't do it because I didn't have kids and I wasn't married. Somebody in your job will always go, hey, I need you to do this. You're like, I ain't fucking doing it. And they'll be like, well, you'll get this, this, and this if you do it. And then they'll stick it to you that you need to do it for your kid or you need to do it for your wife because your wife wants this or your kid wants this. And I know that sounds weird now and cliche now, but trust me, I've witnessed it to happen to so many men, and I've watched bosses try it on me not realizing I didn't have a fucking kid. And it was hilarious when I was like, that ain't gonna work, bro. I ain't fucking doing it. Fuck off. Like, you do it, you know what I mean? You're the one with, I didn't literally say fuck off, but like, I knew the difference. He's on salary, I'm not. I'm, like, well, he was not lying to me, but he was trying to tell me, look, since you're commissioned, if you do this, you got an extra commission. And I was just looking at it like, dude, that's an installation that is going to be a fucking nightmare. I don't want to do it. And he's like, but dude, he's like, don't you have kids, man? Like, don't your kids, like, want the extra thing? It was like for Thanksgiving or something. I was like, no, I don't have kids, and I'm just going over to my parents for Thanksgiving. You know, I don't need to do that. And I knew it was on him. He had to go do it because he was on salary. And he just didn't want to do it. Like, I guess what I'm saying is I knew he didn't want to, he wasn't shitting on me, but I just knew he didn't want to do it. And I was just like, dude, I'm not doing this, like, guilt trip shit. Like, I don't have to work, and I don't want to make my money that way. I want to make my money doing installations on nice people that don't live in fucking upscale Scottsdale. I was doing home installs with a home theater system, and like, upscale Scottsdale people were bitchy, and everybody knew it, so nobody wanted that job. And then he was like, at the end of the day, he's like, here, you got to take it. It's, you know, if you take it at the end of the day, it's an extra commission. I was like, no, not doing it, bro. And I guess what I'm saying is, like, that was a lesson to me because I was very aggressive. You know, I was very eager. I was very like, and he knew that. Like, that's where he almost caught me. I was like, yeah, I'm going to do it. And then I realized, like, why is he doing this? He's really egging on about this because he didn't know how easy I was to sell on money, right? Like, he didn't have to offer the bonus. But when he offered the bonus, I was like, red flag. Why is he offering oh, because this is a shit job and he doesn't want to do it. No, I'm not doing it. And I guess, again, what I'm saying is, like, that'll happen all the time, and they always try and use angles like, well, you need it because you need the money, blah, blah, blah. Like, and I've tried to hold true to my morals on, look, I may need money, but I will be damned if anybody ever uses that. Like, that's why I always try to become aggressive about money. Like, I always try and make it, when every job I have, that I want to, like, that's why I work for myself, because I never struggle at waking up in the morning. Like, no offense, that's why I laughed at you guys when you guys were struggling at online school, because, like, that's where I was like, that would be so easy. Like, I get that. Like, if you're not your own boss, man, like, that's where I like that stuff. Like, I get up in the morning and I have a system. I have things to do, and I just like crossing stuff off that schedule. And as soon as I can start crossing stuff off that schedule, that means my day gets to get done earlier, and that's like a little, like, treat for me. And I like that organization. And so I've been doing that for most of my life. So, yeah, that's what. So my point was, that was also. Yeah. But yeah. I think I did. I tried to do. Oh, sorry. Keep talking. How did I do? Was I, like, do I need to do better at trying to talk to you then? Or, like, that's what I thought. I was just trying to do my best to talk to you. So, like, I'll try and do better at that is my point. I hear what you're saying. I'll just try and do better at it. Because I like what you're saying. Like, what I'm trying to say is, Eric, that's where I get the opinion. Like, this is what I'm saying is when I joined other teams, that's what guys would compliment it. Like, and again, X, this is where I'm talking to you, dude. Like, I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, I know for a fact that I am a shit player at this game. Because when I go on other teams, dude, I would do shit like what Eric's saying. I was like, look, dude, somebody please talk to me, guys, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing out here. And guys would be like, look, dude, it's fine. Just sit over there. You're fine. Blah 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 blah. My point is, that's what meaning. Like, what I'm trying to say to you, Eric, is like, you're right. Like, you need that talking, and I will try to do my best because I needed it too. Because really, most of the time, you're actually not doing anything wrong. It's more about doing less. And I guess the meaning that's what I'm saying is like that's what they like kind of helped me on is I needed the talking. They would talk to me when I needed it, and what I've started to realize is more times than not, I'm doing the right thing, and they'll kind of read off of me too. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what I mean. I can read you. Like, you're not a freelancer. Meaning, like, again, like what if you heard the conversation me and X were having, there's guys out there that just run around all the time, and there's guys out there that understand that running around is not, it's never going to help. Like, nobody can anticipate your crazy jagged moves. Even you can't most of the time. I mean, we all talk about how it's hard to, you know what I mean, the game takes over and takes you. So we know that you're the type of player that if you're moving around, it's because the game got a hold of you. Does that make sense? So we're just going to reset and let you figure it out. That's what I'm saying. Because that's what I'm saying, Eric, is that's what I learned is when I played on teams where guys knew what they were doing, if I got fucked up and I was like, oh shit, help me out, I don't know what I'm doing, talk to me, guys, they would just be like, okay, well, stand there, you're fine. I'm like, okay, all right, well, I'll stand here. Okay, well, what else? And they're like, just stay there. If we throw you the ball, we throw it. And meaning, like, and then I'd be 9 out of 10 times, I'm like, what do I do? Like, okay, go over there, stand there, you'll be fine. Okay, what do I do? If we throw you the ball, shoot it. Hey, we got a 2K League player out here. But I guess meaning what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to do my best, Eric, because I think you're right. Like, it will calm you down. It will help you if you vocalize when you need to be talked. Like, when you feel like you need to, like, okay, this is the learning lesson. What do I need to learn? Because, again, what I'm saying is that's what helped me. There may not necessarily be a learning lesson, but that's what you need to hear. Is there's not much going on, so we're just going to do this and reset. And then just if you feel like we need somebody, nobody's talking, then say something. Because meaning like you're talking to the king of talking. I like it when that's like I can't stress like that's what these older guys like would talk about all the time is that's the whole point of us having these freaking intercoms is we can literally do what the video cam can't do before it does it. Does that make sense? Like that's why I played on a team where this is the most organized team, X, if I can rant again. So the most organized team would they would make you call out what you had to do before you did it if you're the ball handler. So what would happen is the point guard would bring the ball to the court, and the point guard would call out to the center, I want a screen. And he would screen him, and if it didn't work, he would say, okay, reset, and now I'm going to pass the ball to the wing. And then he would pass it over to the wing, and then he would go back and stand. The point guard would go stand in his position, which was designated. Then the guy at the wing would be the shooting guard, and he would take over. And the wing would either say, somebody cut, or he would call for a screen, or he would say, I'm going to wrap, or he would tell somebody else to wrap. And whoever had and everybody else would just stay still and wait. And then whoever got the ball, they get the mic. And they would and then because it was so like we were so patient, so much clock time would run out. Dudes would either foul us because they get mad at us for just sitting there, or they would start to do stupid shit. And then the guy holding the ball, trying to call out shit, would be wide open because the guy guarding him got like scared and ran off and tried to guard somebody else. And it happened so many times. Yeah, like it's all about that. It's all about that. I mean, that's the advantage we have. Like, and knowing that there's a delay in the game, that's how we beat the delay. That's how we work against the delay. And again, the other one that's big is that's why you tell when you're going to pass, because if the guy's spamming by you running towards it, his spam probably doesn't mean, remember, you know this, X, spamming doesn't mean they're going to intercept it all the time. They usually tip it. So if you're running towards it, when he tips it, we still get to keep the ball. So if you say, hey, I'm passing it to so-and-so, and so-and-so hears that, he hits the stick towards you, even if the guy tips it, there's a good chance we still get to keep the ball. And just in general, you're most likely going to eliminate anybody stepping in the lane. Like, again, meaning this is what I'm saying is I didn't know this. Apparently this is what real life is. Like, one of them is like, well, dude, that's what every coach in real life tells you to do that. Is when you're getting the ball, you're supposed to step towards the ball. when the ball is being passed towards you. On a team organized basketball, when the ball is being passed towards you, you're supposed to step towards the ball. And so they would like, and that's where they would yell at me a couple times and be like, dude, I didn't know you were going to pass the ball, and we get a turnover. And that's what I'm trying to say too, X, is they aren't crazy talented dudes, because I'd see it when we make a mistake. I'd see how all of our communication made all the difference. We only looked like a flawless team because we were talking all the time. And everybody was on, like, this group of guys was always on the same, and that's where I was like, me, Eric, that's why I understand what you're asking now, is because if guys got silent, I was like, uh-oh, they're fucking pissed, and I don't know if I'm in the right or wrong. So then I'd start talking, and usually they'd just be like kind of mellow, like, dude, we're getting whooped, just stick to your system, it is what it is. Because we didn't make a lot of mistakes, so if we got whooped, they're just a better team. And we didn't, like, panic, we were just like, let the RNG play out. We either get a good third quarter or we don't. And they had the same philosophy. They're like, get to half and then reevaluate at half. And using that third quarter, they're either going to make a break or we're going to make a break. So whatever the RNG is, the damn game. And then, yeah, that's where I'd stress, like, that was... Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you're supposed to, yeah. Like, again, like, I don't know this. Go ahead. Exactly, and meaning that's what I'm saying, X. Like, and that's what I'm trying to say, X, is I'm really gonna lean on you for the chemistry part. Meaning, again, like, I understand I'm asking a lot, so if you fail, I'll do my best to step up. Does that make sense? Because I have no problem being an asshole. But the point being is I'm gonna rely on you, though. Like, here's what, but I understand that, like, meaning since I'm the asshole, that means you have to be the good cop. Does that make sense? So if I'm bad, that means I need you to really be strong against me and be like, hey, Fate, maybe not this guy, just let it go, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, because you're the one that's going to tell me who's really going to be on the team at the end of the day. I'm going to be the one that goes off on people when they don't act right, and then you're the one that has, that does the X job. Like, in other words, you just be like, Fate, you can't do that, just take it easy, because that way you're letting everybody know that you agree with me, just not that way. You want everybody to play, like, does that make sense? Like, if you're failing, then I'll step up. If you can't get guys to win it for the team, if that makes sense, then I can't help it. I'll be myself and be like, hey, how about you do this? How about you do this? And then that means you're probably gonna have to get on me, because you will know better than me. That's what I'm saying, is I trust you because I've seen it. I know you know basketball better than me. I know you know most of these guys. Like, when I say guys, I'm saying even when we meet new players, they play basketball. Most of them play basketball. I don't know where I'm coming from. Whereas if we were playing MLB The Show, I would probably want to take the lead because I've played baseball more, so I see those tendencies more, how they show up in a video game. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I'm leaning on you. Because again, what I'm saying is I've learned it. I thought I knew, and I go play better teams. I was like, I think he's doing it wrong. They're like, no, dude, you don't understand. That's not how it works in basketball. It's like, okay, my bad. I did not know. Like, and the other part was... Go ahead, sorry. Well, yeah, I was trying to do my best. Yeah. Yeah, like, I'm not, yeah, like, and again, like, yeah, like, I'm like X, man, I don't have it in, like, if it hurts me if I give up on a play. Like, it hurts me so bad, personally. Does that make sense? Like, just one play, it hurts me so bad. It has nothing to do with you guys or the team. Like, if anything, that's where I'm saying, like, I get that about other people who I've, like, that's why I know X has it, that's why I think you have it, because since I have it, I can sense other people that have it. You know, that makes sense? Like, that's where I'm saying, when I played with those older guys, I could tell all of them have the same concept. Nobody's out here to fucking be a hero. Everybody just wants to come in, enjoy basketball, like, like, again, basketball, 4 out, 1 in, and just kind of, like, do what you do on the court when you're by yourself. Like, take the guy one-on-one. If you can't get by him, there's somebody else over, and you just sit in your spot, stay clear, so everybody gets their opportunity to basically, do their thing. And then, again, like X was doing, man, like, as soon as we get a computer, you did it. And then, again, like, that's where I'm saying, like, maybe I'll do my best to kind of be an asshole again, but, you know how to call the computer. If we get a computer like that, and you can call on the computer, and we can take so many guys down that way. Because you know how to do the computer, right? We all fucking do my career all day long. And that's, yeah, like I think I know I'm kind of being repetitive, X. I just want you to understand that that's where I will make sure I pick the stick up whenever you cannot, or pick the mantle up whenever you cannot be that leader, if that makes sense, because I want to help. I'm asking you though to make sure that, or to always be, to always let's see, how do I give you the permission card to to always rip my ass, because that's the only way I operate. Does that make sense? Like you, like I tend to be an asshole back. You get that? But meaning, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, that's the way. Like, I need you to do that because I need you to be the leader at the end of the day. Does that make sense? I'm not the leader. I'm just the beta. Does that make sense? I'm the guy who will be aggressive on everybody else. You're the guy that has to be aggressive on me, because I won't take shit from most people. Does that make sense? Especially because if I'm playing with somebody who doesn't care as much as I do, you know my personality. Even if I try, it's only a matter of time until I get on them. And so knowing that, the way you become the true leader of the team is you just have to be like, hey, Fate, you can't do that. You know what I mean? Do it your way. You know what I mean? By get on me, I'm not asking you to get on me in an aggressive way that works for me. Get on me in the way that works for you, so I get the message. Because I know I will give in to you. It's just that if I don't get it, you know what I mean? You know me. I tend to be on my rants and be like, no, X, I want to talk about this. You need to be like, no, you don't need to talk about that. You need to just please shut the fuck up for now. yeah, dude, yeah, and I guess that's where, like, again, that's where I sensed it. Yeah, I sensed it. That's where I'm saying, like, here. So to your point, when you know that, do the my bad for me. Does that make sense? Because it doesn't work. Like, and you're right. Like, in other words, you saw where I sensed it, but try and put yourself in my shoes. I can't back myself out of it because I'm an asshole. Does that make sense? So Corey's always going to feel hurt no matter what I say. So the way you're going to pick Corey up is you got to defend Corey and be like, Fate, no, Corey's just, it's fine. Just stop. Just, you know what I mean? Like, and I guess, like, defend him by attacking me, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Don't be like Corey, because Corey will know, like, because you tried that. I saw you did try that. You tried to be like, Corey's doing this, Corey's doing that. He knows you're trying to help. The way that you'll make him, like, rejuvenate is be like, Fate, just stop. You see what I'm saying? Like, just, you don't worry about, whatever you have to do to do it in the X way, that's been like, look, man, I'm not here to be polite. I'm not here to be rude. I just need you to shut up. Like, whatever words you have to put together to be like, this ain't rude, this ain't nice, this is just, we need to shut up and move on. Because when you try to compliment Corey, he can sense it. You see what I'm saying? He senses the help. Whereas if you just straight up be like, you need to stop, he'd be like, well, was X mean to Fate? That was kind of rude. And then he'll be like, that's right, Fate deserved it. You see what I'm saying? And that'll boost him. That'll make him feel like, see, the pressure's off me now. But when you highlight him, the pressure doesn't go off him. Even you kind of make him feel like the wounded child kind of thing. Like, oh, don't hurt him. He's not worth hurting, and he doesn't feel better. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't make him feel better. Yeah, it doesn't make him feel better. It just kind of confirms that I was mean. Does that make sense? And if anything, you're kind of siding with me too. You're kind of being like, well, Fate can be mean. It is what you're like the. Sorry, I apologize for my metaphors. You're like I'm the abusive husband who just beat the shit out of the kids, and you're the wife who's like, it's okay, he didn't mean it. When what you should be saying is like, you're a fucking asshole. Stop hitting the kids. You see what I'm saying? Like, the kids aren't going to feel better when you're like, he didn't mean it. They're going to feel better when you're like, stand up for us and tell daddy's a fucking dick not to hit the kids. Because that makes the kids feel better. That will make Corey feel better. And that's what, meaning, like, that goes for everybody. Like, when I'm on Keegan too hard, don't defend Keegan. Defend Keegan by being like, Fate, shut up. Like, whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like, because I get how you don't want to hurt me. Does that make sense? But, so find the words that'll work where you're like, all right, this is the way I can say it to him where I don't feel like I won't be hard for me to do, where I can just snap it off and it won't, it'll be like that in between where it's like, maybe he doesn't know if I'm being mean, but he'll at least know that I'm not defending so-and-so. Sorry, what? Well, yeah, there you go. Well, here's what I'm saying, though. The reason X has to be the one is he's the leader. Sorry, Eric. I'm not trying to button you out. And that's what I'm trying to say. This is the whole concept of the leader concept. Like, the way that everybody's like, the way that we're going to work where I don't have to yell all the time, because that will never work. Again, meaning, like, because I'm trying to... No offense, man. He's not. He's not. Look, so Jay is no, it's not that. Okay, like now that I kind of was rude to Jay, let me give the honest explanation, because Jay admitted it. Jay doesn't do pro-am, that's why. He does you know as a leader on the courts, I would not, if it was me, X, if it was me, you, and Jay in the neighborhood, I would definitely make Jay the leader every time. But in pro-am, he is not the leader. And he knows it. And I'm not, again, like he said it. Remember, he literally said it when he was done. He was like, well, I don't know that stuff. I don't know pro-am that well. He's like, I know, I know park. And that's, I mean, and what I'm trying to say is, like, he will give in to you. So that's, he's clearly made it. Like, and again, like, here's what I'm trying to say, dude, is I've played with Jay where I've been like, look, dude, I want to do the ball, and I have fucked up, and he let me do the ball the whole time. So he's a nice guy. He's going to let you do it. Does that make sense? Like, I told him, like, dude, we went against Court Conquer, and he let me fuck up all day on Court Conquer until I finally got it right. So what I'm saying is like, that's where you have the ability just whenever, like, that's what I mean, like, me and Jay will always go at it. So that's where, instead of defending Jay, you see what I'm saying? But that's your opportunity, though, to be like the overall leader. Don't defend Jay, get on Jay's side by attacking me. Does that make sense? Like, don't be like, well, Jay's right that blah, 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 or I think that was a good shot, blah, blah, blah. Just be like, Fade, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Or, you know what I mean? Whatever, that's my metaphor. Whatever slang works for you to kind of do that off-the-cuff, remark to me. That, exactly, well, that's, meaning that's where, just like I'm trying to get out of my uncomfortable zone. My comfort zone is being a dick all the time. I'm trying to be, like, this is me out of my uncomfortable zone right now. Did I tell you? So here, let me explain I told you my story to my sister, right? So my sister something happened where, No, it's fine. So I was telling you a story about my sister. So it was something along the lines of how so the dog, there's a dog problem, right? So my sister has a problem with her dog, and all the time, I can't help it. Every time she brings a dog over, my sister takes care of this dog phenomenally. She would be a great mother, and I'm not saying that to overboard it. I'm saying if I had to leave my dogs with my sister, she would take great care of them. I'm not denying that. But every time my sister comes over, I point out what's wrong with the dog, and I'm basically tell her to change his diet and to change his walking, and she's got to change certain things about him because he's not, like, he was peeing on himself because whatever. The point being is, I get on her, and so it almost makes her break down and cry every time, because all she hears is me coaching her through a negative way of pound, 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 pound. So the point of my story here is I did that, and then I apologized to her, and I went through how this is not her fault, that I'm the problem, that I actually forget to remind her that the reason I'm hard on her is because she's so good. And I would never say, if she was a disaster, I would just shut up. If she was like my other sister, I wouldn't say shit. I'd just be like, hey, have a nice day, see you later. And so the point is I forget that I have to start off doing that, and I went through this whole thing about how that's my weakness, and meaning what I'm saying is I literally went to my coddling. I tried to coddle my sister, which is my uncomfortable zone. So guess what happened? When I'm in my uncomfortable zone, I tend to do shit that's not, that will get me back to my comfort zone. Does that make sense? Like, when I'm uncomfortable, I tend to be like, I don't want to be here, so I'm going to go back to my comfort zone. And so I was in my uncomfortable zone. My sister was like, oh, she's like, Faith, that's so nice of you to say that. Sometimes, I'll never forget it to this day, X, because it just, the way she said it was like, I cannot stress, it was, once you hear it out, so it just stuck with me. So she's like, she's like, Faith, sometimes you're just such a fucking asshole. It's just so nice to hear you say that you know it. And I was like, Holly, I was like, you have no idea. Like, so I'm coddling, right? So I'm coddling the whole time. And my point is right, that's when it worked, right? So my sister has actually let down her guard. She's telling me how she feels about her brother, that she loves her brother even though she thinks she's an asshole, which is a genuine compliment, right? So, of course, I can't help it because I'm in an uncomfortable zone where I'm trying to help her feel good. And I'm like, Holly, you have no idea how much it hurts me to hear you say that. I love being an asshole. And you just told me that you hate the one side of me I love. And so she's like, well, there you are again. I was like, I know, I'm sorry. I was doing great at the coddling and I just fucked it all up. But do you get what I... Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it sounds like that's probably the way you learn. Like, so you like there's two basic ways of learning. That's people learn through being told basically you can't do it or being scolded, and other people learn through the concept of you're gonna do it, it's gonna happen, you're gonna be great, you're already great, and you're doing it now. And both have been proven to be successful. It's just personality plays a huge part in that. And I learned at a young age that my personality works really well when I'm challenged. When everybody always says you can't do it, it's too hard, and it's probably out of your realm. And I've learned, again, meaning, so now that I'm a coach, now that I'm a personal trainer, I've had a lot of struggles with certain clients who do not learn that way. And it's been really hard for me to try and learn more of those tools. Because, like I was telling X, I use my sister as an example because my sister is not somebody who learns through aggression. I'm very proud of my sister. She's in really good shape. She's athletic. She runs. She lifts weights. I just can't help it. Like, as soon as I get around her, I just start picking on her. I'm like, why did you do this? You've done lunges? What about this? This looks like shit. I can't help it. It's just what I do. Because I care about her, that's how I express my care. It's just the way it is. Oh, sorry. So my whole point about this, Eric, is that's where I go back to... That's why I have to really work hard on making a conscious effort to do something good. Because I know how natural and easy it is to be an asshole. And I don't think that that's bad at the end of the day, because that's who I am, and I don't want to be mad at who I am, if that makes sense, because at the end of the day, I genuinely don't think I need to apologize to people just because they're around. I don't think I need to be nice to anybody just because they exist. I think people need to earn my niceness. I think that everybody has, like, I think I have value, therefore, I don't need to go and hand out nice value just because somebody's there. Somebody should have to earn it from me. But I also recognize that that doesn't mean that the world should operate like me. So knowing that, the best way I can justify it and not go crazy is I make attempts to do something that makes me feel like I'm giving back. And for whatever reason, that is coaching or training, if that makes sense. Like, that's why I was telling X about the whole money thing. Like, I do this because not only is it good money, but I don't feel like I work when I do it. I spend a lot of time, like, you know, I know I'm the trainer that I do what I'm doing with you guys, where I get very amplified, I get very vocal, I get very animated because I hate it when my clients fail. I hate that attitude of I'm not sure if I can do it, and that's where, you know, I was telling, as you heard me say to X, I've seen how I failed too many times where clients gave me that opportunity to coddle them, and I didn't. I just fucking attacked them. And so maybe that's the way you learn. And understand that too. Like, so understand that's not across the board. There's going to be certain ways that you learn that are better through coddling, even though majority will be through scolding. Like, for example, if you heard my little comment to X, when it comes to sports, you better tell me I can't do it and I will learn. When it comes to dating, you better tell me I can, because I have no fucking interest in that shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, everything has its own little, like, niche. And for whatever reason, like, I just don't... Like, certain things, if people are like, you can't do it, I'm like, goddamn straight. Like, when it was skydiving, I was like... When somebody was like, you can't skydive, you're a pussy. I was like, sign me up, motherfucker. We are going. But if somebody was like... You know, if somebody's like, I think you should go over there and ask that girl for a number. Fuck that. I ain't doing that shit. But you know what I mean? If, like, I've had a guy, like, be all, hey, dude, you know, you got to ask her out, you got to ask for a number, it's been this and this, you know you can, you know you're going to get a number if you do it, and then I went and did it. So apparently coddling does work for me in some areas. See what I'm saying? But when somebody's like, hey, you need to go get her number, no thank you. But if, you know, the coddle effect, like, man, you know you're going to get your number if you just go over there. Why the fuck don't you go over there? I don't know, I don't feel comfortable. Alright, well, I'm just telling you, man, if you decide to go over there, that's going to happen. And that would usually be the motivation I need. Because that's somebody that's coddling me. That's somebody that's telling me I can do it. And I don't have to do it because they ain't going to force me. It's all my choice. They keep reminding me it's my choice. And that's what I'm trying to get better at. Is when somebody's like that's what I'm saying with you, X. Is I'm trying to remind you, like, it's all a choice with the fear. You don't have to have it. You can set it aside. Like, let's find that comfort zone where you get to, choose to step in that fearful spot whenever you want. And when you don't, then I'll step up and be Alpha Dick. And then we'll just have chaos until until Alpha Dick can calm down. I mean, to talk about my experience, dude, there was so many times, like, because I wasn't the leader on those teams I played on, we get this new guy in, and he would try that shit, and everybody would just, like, they would say their piece, and they'd be quiet, and then the new guy would be like, well, let's go, let's play another game. Like, dude, we're not playing unless you, like, we're not going to play that way. He's like, I'll play whatever the fucking way I want, and, like, guys just go, you're not going to fucking tell me how to play, and the guys, everybody just get quiet, and he'd be like, why aren't we going? Because we're not playing with you, dude. And then and then nobody would like get crazy, like, meaning like that's where I need you at the end of the day, X, because I'm not like the guy Joey's who I'm talking about. Like, he was much like you. He's 38 years old and he was a banker. Where's he from? Alabama, I think. I honestly probably should look him up again. But anyway, well, you know what, the thing, they're too competitive right now. Anyways, my point being is, I tried to get you on their team, but every time I'd hit you up, you weren't available. Anyways, the point being is he was really good at, like, for the most part, like, when I first met Joey, I was like, dude, Joey's just like me. Joey is like, he's going to get in your face, and he's going to fucking tell you did everything wrong. And the more I played with him, the more I realized the guy Crew was the guy that got in your face. His friend Crew was the alpha. And Joey was the beta, but Joey was the actual leader. So, in other words, Crew would start going off on guys and be like, do this, and then Joey would be like, Crew, just shut up, man, just stop. And then at the end of the game, that guy that was getting picked on would, like, start being like, I don't want to do this, fuck this, I want to do this, this, and this. And Crew would shut up because Joey already told him to shut up. And Joey would calmly explain to him, look, man, we'll maybe run with you another time, but we don't think, right now we're going to try and find somebody else because we prefer, like, he would just, like, what I'm asking you, I know you can do, X, is you do that calm explanation of, look, I understand that, like, you want to do that, and we're not saying we don't want to do that. We just, right now, with these 4 guys, we're looking for another guy that can run the way we want to run. So we're going to go do that for now. And then the guy would just go off again, and everybody just be quiet. The whole chat would be quiet. He's like, are you going to kick me out of the chat now? He's like, look, we're not going to kick you out of the chat, man. Nobody wants to be a dick here. We just want, we want to try somebody else out. So can, if you don't have to leave the chat, but we're just going to, like, we're going to try another park. We're going to try somebody out. You're going to leave me now? Look, dude, we're not leaving. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Is like, that's where I can't be good, and I know you can be good. Where you, like, in other words, I'll be the dick if somebody, like, in other words, that's what Crew is good at. Whenever somebody would, like, go crazy on Joey and be like, you're not gonna fucking talk to me like that, Crew would be like, you're not gonna fucking talk to us like that, fuck you, like, and it would just go off, and Joey would just be quiet. And I guess what I'm saying is we need somebody like that, because if there's too many Crews, it'd be a fucking nightmare. Like, if it was a night where Crew was in there and Joey wasn't in there, I would not play. Because Crew would just go off on everybody, and it'd be a goddamn disaster. Then everybody'd be pissed at Crew. But you see what I'm saying? So that's my point, is I saw how even on good teams, if you don't have that one dude, not necessarily one dude, but you have to have that chemistry, like you're saying, where everybody understands, and then if somebody gets out of line, we just let them get out of line and let them reset, and usually that works. More times than not that'll work. If it doesn't, that's what Crew would usually be there for. Is that kind of like last break where he'd just be like, okay, well, Joey can't calm him down, so Crew's going to yell at him, and they'd have to make a choice. They'd either be like, I don't want to play with Crew, or they'd be like, okay, what the fuck do I have to do, because I'm pissed at Crew for yelling at me. And then Joey would be like, okay, can you just try this? Can you just try this? Because we really like it when you do this. And I saw a lot of guys that worked with. Like, there's a lot of guys that I didn't think I'd be playing with, and then I'd see him a week later, I'm like, oh shit, he's back, let's see, this is going to be an interesting night. And he was playing right. He was playing the exact same way, because he played with them for like the whole week that I was gone, and he got it figured out. And it was with dudes that, like I said, I wasn't sure if they're going to make it, but it was the whole combo, like, and again, that's what I'm saying, it's mostly got to be somebody not me. Because if it's somebody like me at the end of the day, Because for example, I think Joey left for a little while because he went out of town, and crew ran the chat, and it was just a fucking nightmare. Ran the website, it was a fucking nightmare. I mean, there was only like 4 or 5 guys running because there's a lot of guys that just didn't want to play with crew because he's so alpha. You see what I'm saying? Because that's when it gets like, in other words, let me explain it that way, X. If I run by myself, I'm always running very scarce because only so many people will play with me. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm such an alpha personality. If I'm any bit better than you, oh, you're gonna fucking hear about it. Because I'm going to remind you, you know I'm one of the weakest motherfuckers out here and I'm shooting better than you? And they didn't like that. So that's what I'm saying is like I do see that there's you know, an end to my way. So A, I'm trying to improve my way. B, knowing that I'm not good at this, it'd be probably better if I found somebody who is good at it. And you're definitely good at it. And considering you have the skill to go with it, we just need to get Keegan and everybody else on the same page. And I guess what I'm saying is like that's where it's a combination of me and you. Like the way we get Keegan and everybody else on the same page is whenever you can't control them, I have to sense it and go crazy. And then instead of defending them, you just control me and that controls everybody else. That's psychology 101. Believe me, I have known that ever since I fucking was in college, and I'm still learning it in the real world. Like you have, like that's why you always have like a manager and an assistant manager, because the manager does not control the entire crew. The assistant manager pretty much controls the entire crew day to day, and then the manager steps in when the assistant manager is basically not doing enough or needs the help. And that's where I guess what I'm saying is, so like really when you're the leader, you don't really control the whole group. You just control one guy who does all the work. And meaning, and I'm more or less the guy that's willing, you know, me and Eric can be the guys that do most of the work. Does that make sense? And that's what I'm trying to say is like, it helps. It's like, that's what I'm saying I learned from not being in that spot, from being on a team where I was like 5th on the rung, that if you just have one leader who basically goes through another guy, everybody else falls in line. It's like the whole cut the head off as a snake effect. You see what I'm saying? Like the psychology works that way. If you can take out the leader, then most of the other guys don't want to fight, and it works vice versa. If the new guy on the team sees that that one guy, that the leader will back up one guy, or not back. Sorry, if the new guy on the team sees that one guy is attacking him, and the leader's the only guy that can stop him or calm him down, then it's very easy for him to give in to the leader, because he's finally happy that the leader's not yelling at him. Because you see what I'm saying? If I'm always barking, it is. Well, why do you think they do it in boot camp? Because it's a very simple, quick way to make you learn. It's a unified way. Of course, yeah. That's drill sergeant, yep. You have to have a good guy, bad guy. You have to have the good cop, bad cop, because you have all these personalities you're dealing with, and they're always going to gravitate towards one. Knowing that one can't control all, you have one control a small few or another one, and then they control a bigger one. Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's right. Because you get immune to it. Yeah, because then that oh, that's right. Oh, they did that in that because when I did a fire department, they kind of put you like through a boot camp, and like I don't know if you've ever been. You say that like you've been in a boot camp. Have you ever been in a boot camp, Eric? Yeah. Do you know the little things about like? So I learned in boot camp that like I learned from them playing tricks on you that they made us go stand outside for like 2 hours in a salute position, or in your, well, not just, what is it, where you have to stand, not salute, but stand in attention. Thank you. You have to stand at attention, and they made us do it for like 3 hours. And it wasn't hot out, but they made us do it for 3 hours. Well, nobody knew what we were doing out there. We were all standing out there trying to figure out why the fuck because they just said, go outside, stand at attention, and we'll be outside. So we stood there and basically we were thinking like, this is a test to see who doesn't stand at attention, who gives up, and that's the person penalized. Well, somebody fucking passed out standing there for like an hour, because what they didn't tell us, and they did it on purpose this was the lesson. The lesson is when you stand at attention, you cannot lock your knees. You have to make sure you bend your knees slightly, because if you lock your knees, you will cut the circulation off to your legs, and eventually you'll just pass the fuck out. And I had no idea it was even possible. Like, I can promise you this, the way they taught us was the best, because I was in the line that it happened. I was staring straight ahead, and I could see out of the peripheral somebody fell. And I had no idea why, and I knew I was not going to look. And then they fell, and nobody did anything, and eventually they came up, and they told us to go back in, and we all back in, and they had to come in, and they told us exactly what happened, because I still didn't know. And the fact that they, like, in other words, if they would have told us before we went out, I'd have been like, dude, that's probably not going to happen. But when I saw it, I was like, dude, that's fucked up. Like, if you, I mean, honestly, like, if you basically stand and lock your knees for 30 minutes, you'll start to get dizzy.
Oh, yeah.
And that, honestly, that doesn't even make sense. Like, yeah, just bend your knees and pump your legs. Yeah, exactly. Well, and I guess what I'm saying is, like, sure, give a good example, Eric. That's the way I learn. Certain people, that's considered a whip kind of way. Does that make sense? That is a scolding way. That is a version of teaching that doesn't work on everybody. Some people work better if you just scare them by telling them, and they'll be like, fuck that, I won't do it. Like, I bet X is more like that. I bet if I tell X, hey, if you do this, you could pass the fuck out. X would be like, I ain't fucking locking my knees ever. Whereas I'm the guy, I guarantee you, I'm the opposite. If they tell me that, I'd be like, I gotta see this shit. No, yeah, exactly. I'd be like, I got it. And then totally, if I was standing, I'd be like, oh shit, am I locking my knee? Oh, let's see how long I can lock. I would totally do it. Like when we had the rebreathers, they had to make us do a test where you know what a rebreather is? Like, you know, for a fireman, you have to wear an oxygen tank, but they actually call it a rebreather because technically it's not oxygen is in there, it's air that's from the outside, which is different from oxygen. Yeah, I mean, anyways, you know what, I was just being a dick, like, because it's such a scientific thing. Everybody, even I grew up always thinking when firemen had you know, those big old tanks on the back of them, I thought it was oxygen tanks. It's not an oxygen tank. It's a rebreather, and there's a huge difference in the sense that, like, oxygen tanks, if you shoot that motherfucker, it explodes. A rebreather, you could put a bullet in that motherfucker and nothing will happen. So if you ever watch a movie, like, and that's happened. It's a rebreather, so in other words, it's just the mixed oxygen. It's oxygen with CO2. It's the air you're breathing right now. They literally take it from the air outside and just make it and shove it in a tank. Yeah, exactly. So, to get to my long-ass story, they they make you do this shit where we had to put rebreathers on, and you have to... Again, it's because this is where I was like, I want to be a fireman, because it was everything that was built for me. They need to know what happens when you run out of air and you suffocate. And I was like, what do you mean suffocate? And they're like, well, we basically have to suffocate you, and we have oxygen if you know, in case you do pass out, we'll revive you, but everybody had to put the rebreather on. We all stood in a group, and you had to watch everybody get weak and fall over. And then like, you found out when your time was, because what happens is when you get weak and fall over, there's a system that you have to go through to take your rebreather off. And that would be the way you save yourself. That makes sense? Because that's what you're trying to recreate, is what happens if you get caught in a fire and you lose so much. Because if you're in the fire, you can't take it off, right? And let's say somebody rescues you, or you are able to get out. Does that make sense? Because, again, like, you can actually go about 2 minutes at least without oxygen. Does that make sense? Like, you can actually have no oxygen at all and keep going. But the problem is you lose brain function, and that's what they're testing. It's just like in the military where they do the whole, like, how well do you function without sleep. They need to make sure, yeah, all they want to do is make sure is once you fall, like once you get to the point that you, like, we all have to stand up, and once we, like, basically fall, like, in other words, you're allowed to get down and get on the floor, but they will know, like, they'll know because it beeps when you're out of oxygen. So everybody's thing's beeping, and, like, a couple girls immediately sat down, and when you sit down, they just watch. So you just make sure you take it off, and it takes like 20 seconds to take the goddamn thing off. Well, guess what happens? People panic, and they couldn't get it taken off, and then they passed out, and they had to bring out oxygen and revive them. And my point is that's a way that I learned, that I got to see that some people couldn't learn. Like the people that passed out, they could not learn through that fear element. They needed to learn through the book. So what they do is when you fail it, they have to go through it without the rebreather. Like you go through it where it's actually a mask, but it's not a suction mask. That makes sense. And so these 3 people, because they failed it, they had to do like months of training of just like practice of a rebreather. Because that's a different way to learn. Does that make sense? And that's what they were trying to find out with us, is who could learn the way through basically like trial and error. Like you just go and do it, yeah. And X would be the guy would be that where, yeah, exactly, hands-on. That's the word I'm looking for, where they needed the hands-on training because they needed to get the muscle memory. Because if they can get the muscle memory, then the panic wouldn't matter. Muscle memory would still take in. Because through enough practice, even in panic, that makes sense. That's sports 101. Like once you're, like that's why you do 1,000, rounds of batting practice. So once you're stressed out and you're not, you see a pitch you're not sure, muscle memory will take over and you just do what your body's supposed to do. It's supposed to hit a baseball. And the whole point is, oh, you'd want to do the first one, X? Really? Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, wow, I didn't say. Oh, my bad. That's good to hear. So there's an example. So then, dude, X, take that, whatever, so the psychology there is, whatever thought process you use to get there, try that in other areas, because that's a thought process that is more of a scolding type manner. Does that make sense? Like that is, for whatever reason, emotionally, you're actually willing to take a risk there. Does that make sense or no? Do you realize what I'm saying? Like, yeah, and what I'm saying is so that's meaning, so use me as an example. That's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to say, okay, well look, since I'm good at the scolding part, what's the emotion I use when I'm scolding, and try and use that emotion when it comes to coddling. And that's all I'm trying to say, is like where you're really good at being aggressive is clearly in that position, and try and use that thought process in areas where you're struggling and think you need to be better at aggressive. And again, when I say think, you're the ultimate decider. Does that make sense? Like you don't need to be aggressive in every area. There's just some areas that if you look, like that's why I say you're the one that decides that if you try it, you'll see that you get better results when you're aggressive. And then you'll see in other areas that you get worse results when you're aggressive. Like, meaning, let me take me for example. I've seen how if I can coddle clients that require coddling, I get training results quicker, faster. And that is exactly what I want. And I just didn't know that. No, fuck no. It's different with every client. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm saying you try it. That's what to go back to my whole old man theory. That's what being old has taught me, that I would pass on to everybody else who's young, is don't be afraid to use trial and error. It's the one tool you have in your advantage when you're young. Because you know what you can't do when you're old is trial and error. It doesn't work. Like, doing new shit when you're old, the learning curve is very limited. Do you see what I'm saying? Because when you fail at doing new shit when you're old, you have a shorter period of time to get it right. Whereas when you fail at doing new shit when you're young, it's very easy to be like, okay, never doing that again, great lesson. Now I won't waste 10 years of my life thinking should have done that, and then realizing never should have done that. Like, does that make sense? Like, there's so many things in my life I've been like, I should have done this, I should have done this. Then I went and tried it. I was like, I can't believe I wasted 10 years of my life thinking I needed to do something that dumb. Fuck that. Wish I would have tried that 20 years ago. So I could realize I shouldn't have wasted 10 years of my life trying to think about something else. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's where time fucks with people. And I see that in other people, and that's why I'm trying to do my best to say, okay, well, clearly I was good at certain things, being like, okay, fuck it, I'm going to try this. And if I fail, oh well, because I can still try something else. And I guess what I'm saying is that's the whole, I'm being metaphorical. The whole lesson is you learn more in failure. That's what's really hard to accept when you're young. Because when you're young, you want to get everything right. You want to be perfect because it feels good to be perfect. But yeah. Okay, yeah, you got it. Yep, time, yep. The penalty's worse. The penalty's worse. Same error, just a harsher penalty. You can make the same errors when you're older, the penalty's worse. And man, I can't stress too, when you try and think of the logic too. When you're young, let me put it this way. So I'm old, and I know the older I get, the more shit I found out was out there that I never had learned. Like, there's always something out there that I didn't even know was a concept that you could learn. There's more shit out there that was people are doing every day that I was like, How do you do this with your nails? You can do what with your nails? There's a tool that does what for your toenails? Where is this? And then, like, because I was getting my, whatever, I was, one of my clients is a beauty salon lady, and she was, showed me this little thing because I get ingrown toenails, and she showed me this little tool, and I'm like, where the fuck's this been? She's like, it's European. Europeans know about all this shit. I'm like, how long? She's like, hundreds of years. Where the fuck have you been? I'm like, nobody in America knows. She's like, yeah, well, Americans don't care. They disagree, so nobody in America gets this tool. And it's just a tool that kind of helps clip your nail without doing the whole, like, clipping it too far. It's like a guard. And then what I'm trying to say is, like, how long have I been on this earth thinking that I've known everything there is to possibly know about toenail clippings, and all of a sudden there's this, and it's a girl that's a European girl that I just started training. It was a while ago, but anyways, my point being is, like, I was in my 30s when that happened, and that's where I'm trying to say is, like, not that I ever thought that I knew everything, not that I ever thought that I knew a lot. It's just that if you're old and you know that there's a lot that you can't know, and the only way you're going to learn it is by trying different stuff, that's where that burden of, oh fuck, I need to try as much as I can before I get too old. And then you start to realize, you know what? There's a sin in perfection. There's a problem with perfection. There's so much that's left out. There's so many experiences that you can't have when you're always trying to be right and you're not trying to make the mistake. Like, freelance is such yeah. I mean, it's a bitch, but dude, like, like, if you make one mistake, you can usually learn two things that you should never do again. When you usually are successful at something, the most you can learn is one thing. But more times than not, when you fail, there's at least multiple things to learn. So that's why when you're afraid of failing, the easy way, or in other words, again, to go back to the whole amygdala thing, that usually means you're right where you're supposed to be. Because fear is a completely normal human reaction to doing something that you want to do and need to do. Like, you look at animal instincts. How do you think animals are able to kill other animals? It's fear of not being able to eat. It's fear of being eaten. Yeah, exactly. Fear is an incredible driver. So when you're afraid, a good tool that I use is asking myself, is this the right time to be afraid? Is it normal to be afraid in these situations? And you'd be shocked how many times it's normal when you're afraid, and it's normal to be afraid. And that helps you. That clears your mind to realize all these scrambling thoughts running through my head are supposed to happen. It's not abnormal that I can't think straight because I'm afraid. And in that moment, it becomes easier to think straight. Because you just realize you just had one conscious, clear thought in all these scrambled thoughts, and then you can build on it. Alright, man. I'll let you guys go. But yeah, like, that's what I'd like to try and work on with you, X, is whenever we get with people, I'll try and sense when we're losing control. Or, you know what I mean? I probably won't have to. You'll just probably have to sense when I'm going crazy. And again, my advice is, instead of defending them, just find those words to politely criticize me, if that makes sense, or just criticize me. Because again, like I'm stressing, remember, it's not about criticizing me. It's about looking a certain way in front of everybody else. Does that make sense? It's a show. It's about looking like you are willing to criticize me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Willing to act. Yeah, you just have to look like you're willing to act. The words don't even have to be that great. Does that make sense? Because you know who you're talking to. You don't even have to get the words right. As long as you communicate to me that you're trying to say, hey, Fate, I want to be the leader. Got it. You're the leader. That's what you're supposed to do. And then we'll build on something. And then and especially that will, and that's where, like I said, because I'm, honestly, I can't be that guy at the end of the day. Like, I wish I would be smart enough to remember to ask everybody about their builds. But I know X was looking at builds, and I just should have said something. Does that make sense? I should have said something, meaning, because that's where I want you to be the leader at the end of the day, to be like, hey, is everybody on the right build? What builds are we using? Because I know you, X. I know you're always checking everybody's stuff. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that's where I need to do my part to be like aggressive and say, like, I don't like this build. Who's got this build? And then X, you just tell me, Fate, let it go. You know, and then I'll be like, all right, that means X checks the builds and he's good with the builds, so we're moving on. Does that make sense? No? Like, that way, we're on the same page. And then we, because again, I get we're not going to agree all the time, but as long as we're on the same page, then we, you know, they're fine. I want to run a certain offense and you don't want to run it. Instead of the arguing, just, you know, like, in other words, that's what I'm saying is I always will listen to you. You know I will. It's just that I'm always afraid that I tend to be so aggressive that you won't say something. So that's why I'm trying to get better at my part, at being. And I understand that. That's why I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to get better at. I know. Well, I know you are, and you know, and again, X, what you're to go back to I think because I remember I asked how old you are, and it just shocked me. You're not that young anymore either, man. You're at the point where it's about time to do some talking, because you've definitely proven to me that you've filled your brain with some knowledge with all that listening. So, at what point do we cross the line and start making that filter work the other way around? Like, you know what I mean? Like how I'm trying to work on my coddling coaching here. Like, you have proven that. You have proven the listening part. Yeah, but at some point we got to flip that switch. And if not 29, right? How old are you, right? Okay, so and again, like, so then, you know, to take the fear out of it. So maybe if 29 is not the age, what would be the honest age that you would want to start, that you would feel confident that you've learned at least enough to start saying something to somebody younger than you? Does that make sense? And we're asking, like, that's a personal question. You know what I mean? Like, well, you know what I mean? That's what it is. And honestly, here's what I'm saying. As an observer, X, it sounds like, yeah, I've seen that with you. You've actually done with him. So then the next question to you then that somebody presented to me that was a shock to me, it was a female told me, it was a female bartender with big tits. She said, hey, Fate. She's like, you're one of the most respectful bartenders I've ever worked with, or something along those lines. She's like, at what point will you stop giving respect to the people who don't deserve it? And I knew she was a bartender who commanded respect, and I got what she meant by that. She was politely insulting me, saying, "You're wasting your time giving respect to people who are older than you and don't deserve it." Because, as you know, we bartend and we serve a lot of people who are older than us, and I was bowing down to a lot of dudes who weren't respecting me, so I stopped doing that. And then I made more money, because why was I wasting my time on somebody who wasn't going to tip me and not respect me? Move on. And it was hard at first to disrespect an older person, but she was right. Like, why? It's a waste of my time. If I'm really that good of a person, and I've already proven that I'm respectful, fuck them. They don't get my respect. The age doesn't matter. And now again, what I'm trying to say is, X, that was something that didn't happen overnight. That I caught myself going backwards sometimes. Where I was like, oh well, he's just older, so since I'm young still, I'm just gonna respect older. No, that fucking older dude disrespected me. Why should I be respecting an old? Well, maybe he didn't disrespect me. He showed me no respect. Why do I assume that just because he's older that? Or he talked back to me. Like, I know he's in the wrong. He's not supposed to be on that side of the bar. Why am I? Well, fuck it, I don't want to deal with it. He's in the wrong. Get on the other side. And that didn't happen overnight. Like, it took a couple times being like, look, he's an older guy. He's not going to fuck around, so he's fine over here. It's cool. He's an older dude. He's not a young kid, so it's cool. He's not young like me, so it's cool. No, fuck the older dude. The older dude walked back over here like he owns the fucking place, and he looked at me like I don't fucking belong here. I belong here. He doesn't. And it was hard. Yeah, just because he's older doesn't. Yeah, respect works not just with age. And honestly, again, what I'm saying, X, is I'm trying to respect the part that the logic that you use to get here, because it's appropriate. I think that's exactly the right logic to have. More importantly, if you're going to be that person that you want to be, at some point you have to have the conversation with yourself of that transition, because you've done what a lot of young people struggle to do. When we're young, we all want to talk and not listen. So if you've done the listening part, you've done the hard work. What point do you let that hard work actually become something? Does that make sense? At what point do you start passing it? Because I can't, meaning, like, what I'm saying is that's what I learned for myself. The first time I told an older person that he was in the wrong and he had no idea what he's talking about, that felt really, like, it was weird, but it felt really good, because I was like, I knew I was right. Like, why did it take so long for me to tell, like, why was age such a factor in showing somebody that I didn't have to bow down to them just because they're older than me? I mean, I think I still struggle with that. I really do. I'll personally tell you that that's something that I'm good enough to the point that nobody else catches it, but I catch it. I'll catch it by not talking now. Like, sometimes somebody will say something, and because he's older, I'll be like, I'm not going to say the mouthy thing I'd like to say. And then I think about it afterwards, I'm like, I know he disrespected me, and I know he did not come from a place of knowledge. He came from a place of trying to insult. That's, so why did I do that? Next time, no, I'm not doing that. Like, maybe nobody else saw it. Maybe everybody else thought, Fate's just being calm because he doesn't want to mouth off to that person, but if that person was younger, I would have definitely said something, and that hurts me that I was willing to admit that to myself, and meaning, like, I still find myself doing that meaning, if anything, because I'm old, I try and tell myself that's bully mentality. So now I go after old fuckers who are older than me and think that they're better than me. I'm going after them because I'm old enough now, and that's. Like, I earned that by listening when I was young. Like, I did what you did. I listened when I was young. So now that I have this knowledge, when old fuckers attack me, they don't get somebody who they think is young and dumb. You know what I mean? Who they think is, like, I run into somebody who's 48, and he tells me I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with stocks. And then I just ripped into him because I was like, wait a minute. At first I gave in, but then I realized, look at the shoes he's wearing, look at the shirt he's wearing. I guarantee you this motherfucker doesn't have a single stock. He's just doing this because he's older than me, and he thinks that most young people will give in because they really don't know a lot about stocks. So I just tried. I was like, actually, I did this, this, and this, and I'm pretty sure with the pandemic going on, I'm going to be just fine. He's like, well, that doesn't work because this and this. I did it, and it did work. And he's like, well, it doesn't work. Well, I'm telling you I did it, and it did work. And it was like, I felt good. I was like, well, that didn't work out exactly the way I wanted to, but I'm glad I didn't give in to that fucker and his little analogy on how young people don't know stocks. Or millennials. It was a millennial thing. He was doing a millennial thing, because technically I'm a millennial. And it was that whole thing where I was like, he's old, so I get it. Old guys like to attack millennials. I kind of, like, no. Then I was like, no, because he's a dumb old guy. He's the guy that picks on other people just because he's older. So, have the conversation with yourself, because at some point, I'm telling you as somebody who's been around you enough that I think you've acquired enough listening that you would benefit from talking more. And again, Max, like, to go back to my point, it's okay to make a mistake, man. You'll learn if you misspeak. Like, you've heard me say that 1,000 times. I would rather have to tell somebody I'm sorry because I assumed the wrong thing than to know I was fucking right and kept my mouth shut and let the whole fucking house burn. Like, that's the worst feeling, when you know you're right and you knew you were smart. God, like, that's what drives me nuts, man. Like, that's what you hear me say. I would rather be persistent and stupid than smart and lazy. Because smart and lazy doesn't do a fucking thing. Smart and lazy is the guy that always reminds you on Monday, hey, the quarterback should have done this. Where the fuck were you on Sunday, bro? Where were you? And you know what I mean, like, and I'm not saying that there's, there's a lot. You make good points. There's a lot to learn in keeping your mouth shut. Like, another good saying is the smartest man in the room is usually the quietest man in the room. But I can promise you the other thing I've learned too is the smartest man in the room also doesn't let the fucking room burn down and remind us on Monday that it was going to burn down. Because that's what doesn't make him the smartest man in the room. He speaks at the appropriate time. And that's hard to find, but when that's the way you build the confidence, is you got to test what you think is the appropriate time. And that's what I'm saying is I'll be here when when you cross that line, it's not the appropriate time. I'll step in and be the asshole so you don't have to be. Does that make sense? So I'll take over, and then it won't look like you're the asshole. I'll be. Does that make sense? And you can actually be the good guy and be like, actually, Fate, no, don't do that. And you'll look like somebody who is reasonable. And that way you don't have to feel like you're exposed, and you can kind of not deal. Does that make sense? And I'll help with that fear element, because that's why I'm coming to you, is you're helping me with my fear element. Is I feel like if I do it, because I can't do it to my sister, right? Like, my sister just the whole older brother thing. Like, no matter what, to some degree, when I coddle her, it just doesn't work. Does that make sense? Because she knows I'm her brother. Does that make sense? Like, it helps, it does work, but it won't work in the sense that, like, I don't know you like a brother in the sense that I don't know all of your history. I don't know exactly what motivates you in a negative way, what motivates you in a positive way. So I know you well enough that I'm willing to make some risks and say I'm going to try this one coddling and try this one, aggressively, having the faith that you will, you will combat me and say, hey, Fate, that's not right. You can't do that. And meaning like I've seen, dealt with you long enough to know that you will. You'll give in, but hold true to your point. Does that make sense? And I can respect that. So knowing that, I'm going to lean on that a little. And I guess what I'm saying is so I'm asking you to lean on my strength. My strength is when somebody goes off and probably shouldn't have said what they were supposed to say, I can jump in and fill the void with enough aggressive talk towards other people that it drowns out what happens. Does that make sense? And I can be the blame, if that makes sense. No, it's not that. It's that. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to speak for Eric. Yeah. We want that. Oh, we're dying for that, bro. I am. I'm dying for it. Okay, because here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Because that means I helped you. I can't care for everybody else. I can only do one thing at a time. And if I can help one person, that's worth everything. I can't help them all at once. And knowing that, if I can help one, then we'll fix you. And once we fix you, we'll start fixing everybody else. And then we'll make everybody else like me too. But one step at a time. And again, meaning that knowing that we can't cure it all, let's use our tools in a way that are productive. I want to use your tool by using you as the one that I use as my guinea pig for coddling. Sometimes, meaning like I'm going to go to you when I can't coddle anybody. Does that make sense? And then use you as that whipping to say, okay, look, X, I'm fucking pissed at this, I'm pissed at this, I'm pissed at this. This person needs to do this person needs to do this, and it's bullshit that they're not doing that. Knowing that you will come, or having that trust that you will lean back on me and be like, Fate, don't. Just don't. No, just don't. And that way, I'll kick in to be like, okay, this means X needs help, I can help. Exactly. That's what I love. That's why I would always praise Steven. I would always tell Steven, dude, I don't care how many times you fire off, and I don't care how many times it looks stupid, dude. Because you help me, I will always have your back. And you're right, X. I mean, he totally grew my knowledge. He totally grew my knowledge because he coddled me in that way. Yeah. Which in my opinion means in my opinion, Eric, the older you get, you're going to favor that more. Because you're going to feel more and more comfortable with that. Like, again, to go back to my analogy about how what'll happen is you're going to have so many instances where you're nice to people, and then you're like, dude, I have been 2 weeks into this, this relationship with a coworker or with a classmate or whatever, and this dude has just been nothing but a fucking dick, so fuck it, I'm finally done with him. And then in retrospect, you'll see how that becomes a pattern. You're like, dude, I need to cut that shorter. And you'll develop little tools, which I guess what I'm trying to say is because this is where I'm saying I don't know you well enough, so I want to let you know that I am guessing here. It does seem like you will probably get more and more comfortable just accepting the fact that most people aren't going to like you because you don't like most people because most people aren't your type. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it. It sounds like it. And again, it does sound like, too, that you have a conscience. And a conscience means that you don't give up on something. You try to make sure, because that would be crazy to just try something a couple times and give up. So the logical side of you is going to keep testing it. And I guess one of my advice is listen to yourself when you get frustrated. Because you're probably not wrong to be frustrated. Does that make sense? You probably don't need to be frustrated with everybody else. You probably are right to just be frustrated with yourself for not listening to yourself, to cutting that relationship off earlier, or letting somebody else know earlier where you stand, because you can clearly tell you're not in the right position with them.
Gosh.
And if anything, that's what I'm saying. Like that, like try and recognize what I recognize with X. Is that's what I realized right away. Is he does really well at dealing with me when I get like that. Does that make sense? He's really good at being like, okay, look, I'm not going to engage him, but I'm also not going to just walk away, because I understand that once this passes through, he's going to be more engaging. And so I try and surround myself with those type of people, because at the end of the day, it's not my job to fucking worry about somebody else's feelings. I need somebody who's mentally tough enough as X to understand this is me. Like, to give you that analogy about my sister. My sister's like, it's nice not to be an asshole. Well, you know what? I like being an asshole. It comes natural. Fuck, it's so hard to not be natural every day. So it's nice to be around people who I can just be natural.
Exactly. It's the worst feeling not being yourself.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I meant by my analogy, is like, because when we go out in public, right, we have to, and I say that in the most positive way. When I go into with my clients, I go in with a positive attitude, and knowing that, I'm going to have to coddle them, and this is going to be tough for me, because that's my learning experience. But it does, meaning that it doesn't always work. And so I guess that's what I was saying, is it sounds like you're the personality type that you'll see, like just how I'm still learning now. With some clients, man, like this one lady, I just cut her off. I should have cut her off a fucking week ago, because she was just too annoying. It was like 1,000 fucking questions, and no matter how good results we got, not that we got great results, but we get results, right? And she's like, I want to be skinnier. I want to be skinnier. I'm like, I'm not. I know what this is going through. I'm not. And I just kept, honestly, I did it for the money. I hate to say it. Like, I was just like, with the pandemic going on, I probably should just play this out. Let's just make sure that she is the annoying person who will not listen to me, I guess, at the end of the day. Like, in other words, no matter what I do, she's always going to blame me. Now, I'm not saying in a negative way. I'm saying, like, she will not get to the next step, because it'll always be, well, you do the exercise like that. I really like it when we do it like that. Okay, well, we'll change it. What the fuck? And now so we change it. Well, I saw this new exercise, and I feel like we're just not doing that enough. I'm going to be miserable doing this. Why am I with this client? And I just held on to it for too long, where I should have just said, you know what? I need to find a way to not be available for this client unless they want to work harder for me. Does that make sense? And so I'm trying to develop tools. Sorry, go ahead.
At the end of the day, too, though, I see what you're saying. You stayed away from them.
Yeah.
With the pandemic, you were them.
And that's what I'm saying, is like, it's a trade-off. So I have to accept that my frustration is probably going to be a little high, because I know this, and that's what kind of keeps me sane going through, is I know my personality would not put up with this. My normal personality would say, well, I did. I'm not train. We're probably not going to train for a while, at least, because I finally, I told her the other day that I just don't have that time available, and she'd have to probably go to mornings. And she's like, she might be able to do it, she's probably not. But I guess what I'm saying is I don't like that bad feeling where I guess again what I'm saying is, like, she's just not a nice person at the end of the day. I don't know what else to say it. Like, she's a personality type that everything's everybody else's fault. And I can only do so much to do it. And I'm an idiot to keep engaging somebody who's always going to make it my fault. At some point, it's going to be a lawsuit or something. It's my fucking fault. That's the professional advice I'm trying to give you that I've learned. Is I've never had that happen, but I've had people go to that point that have my personality where they crossed the line because they stuck with somebody that they knew they were not going to ever see their way. That it was just a bad relationship to begin with, because the way my aggressive personality is, there's certain people who I'm just too taxing for. And so instead of me trying to get frustrated and go through it, I just need to find the tools to politely let them know that I am not a person that, like, yeah, I just more or less say that, the way I'm training is probably not good for them, more or less, because I want an expectation that I just feel like, meaning what I'll do is this, is I'll say it, I'll admit it. I'll be like, I'm going to be wrong at some point. At some point, this is going to be my fault, and I don't want to keep going down that route. So let me just be the asshole now, and either make the adjustment to work the way that I can take care of you, or we just don't work together. And that's been something that's been really hard for me to do over time. Like, again, man, I'm 38 and I'm still struggling with it. And I think I'm pretty good at it, relatively speaking. Meaning, like, I've done it really good with my friends. I just don't do it really well in business. I lost too many friends early. Like, I had too many relationships that I misunderstood. I didn't realize that I had too many relationships where a lot of people were waiting for me to not be an asshole. Like, they were waiting for a different side to come out, and it just never did. And they're just like, "Why are you always like this? What do you mean, why am I always like this? I'm having a good time." Well, you're bitching about everything. Well, you're just yelling at me. I didn't realize I was yelling. I was just pissed. And that's just my personality. And so that's, to go back to my whole thing with my sister, that's why I really have to work on it, because I know that when I'm myself, like if we go to a baseball game, she does not want to hear most of my regular personality. So I have to really work on my coddle type personality. And that's good for me, is what I'm saying. Like, that's something that helps me, because when I'm around other people that like that, then I don't find myself in friction type situations. Because if I don't have a personality like X around to kind of stabilize it, then it just doesn't work out. And again, what I'm saying is, like, I'm an adult. I'm not saying I have blow-ups. I'm saying it makes it hard to relate to people. And I like to relate to people. Like, I don't need everybody to be my friend, but I take it as like a personal like failure of my own if I can't figure out like what people have an expectation of me generally. Like, I don't really give too much of a shit about people, but in general, when I engage people, I want them to have some expectation of the situation. Like, I give that respect and I expect it back. And so that's, I guess, yeah, I mean, knowing that, then I can't, even if I disagree with people, I have to find a way to engage them, even if I disagree with them. And that's where I'm leaning on. That's the whole, yeah, my advice with X is that's where I've learned this, and I'm trying to help X with it, because that'll make me feel better at the end of the day. Because, man, I've pissed a lot of people off. A lot of people. Man, especially right now, dude, I have so many conservative clients out here. Oof, I've gotten so much confrontations, man. It is so sketchy out here right now. Yeah, man. Yeah, don't whisper Black Lives Matter out here. Holy Christ, dude. Don't mention Black Lives Matter out here, man. It's a fucking joke out here, dude. You might as well just have the Nazis fucking come out. It's fucking ridiculous out here, dude. I'm telling you, man. I am an open asshole to a lot of people on a daily basis. I'm carrying my gun pretty much everywhere I go, because I know I'm pushing people. I'm not taking people's shit. Motherfuckers wearing their Trump shirts, I'm not fucking putting up with it. And I just stare him down, like like he's wearing his Trump flag. I just stare him down. That's a shitty looking flag you got there. It's not, whatever I can say. If you're gonna promote it, I have all the right. That's what do we live in this country for? That's literally what you did this so I would say something. You did it so I would either say yay Trump or fuck Trump. So fuck Trump is what you're gonna get. And they look at me like I'm the worst. Like, they look at me like, what the fuck did you say? Or, I mean, they don't. Nobody's ever said. I mean, I guess that's what I'm trying to say is like, I'm a better human being than I used to be. I'm really working on it, but man, it is really hard in this environment right now. That's what I'm saying is like I'm trying to really work on my good sides, because I see a lot of my negativity coming out, and I justify my negativity because again, this is where my Republican side comes out, or my religious side. If you believe in something, you better be willing to fucking kill for it, because if you really believe you can help people, then if you really believe it, because right now what I believe in, I really believe is not what a lot of people believe in that I'm around. And so I better be willing to die for it. And that's what I'm trying to prove to them right now, is I am willing to go to the nth degree with these motherfuckers, because there is no way I will give in to this thought process of these fucking crazy crackers. It is fucking psychotic what is going on out here. I mean, I've never, in human history, I've never, it's just, I mean, this is the worst though, man. Like, this is just, I've never, like, history books have talked about it being this bad, and they still undercut what we're seeing. And the only explanation is that we have technology to prove what history couldn't capture before, which really just means we're as bad as we were. That's horrible. I mean, that's absolutely horrible. And the fact that people are proud of it. Well, I mean, again, what I'm saying, like, I know I'm gonna go on my rants here, guys, but like, do you not get what fucking World War II is all about? Do you not get that there was fucking Nazis that shot themselves because they would refuse to be taken by American captors because they did not want Jews? They knew the Americans were gonna make them let Jews live, and they were willing to die because they did not want Jews. They're willing to die. There's people willing to die because they don't want black people, and I'm not kidding. And there's a lot of them. And it means if they're willing to die, that means they're willing to kill. And that's the reality that you guys walk in every day. I mean, that's just fucked up. It's embarrassing as a human being to say I live in this. And that's why, like I said, it's everything I can do to stick to my morals. And my morals tell me to be an asshole right now, because it is the only way I can feel just is to be an asshole, because most of these motherfuckers are horrible people. So if I'm anything like them, if they like me, that must mean I'm like them. And I can't be anything like them. So I have to be everything that is not normal right now. Because apparently normal is you have to be fucking white and rich. So anybody who's basically white and rich, I am an uncomfortable fucking thorn in their side. And man, they are reminding me of it. They are letting me have it. I've had unbelievably... I've had conversations with people I never thought I would have in my life about money, about power, about their place in life. I've seen people who I would consider the most mature people on the face of the earth turn into children when I talk to them about money, about their money. I just can't believe how it just money can fuck with you guys. I know you know that, and I've never had enough my family had a lot of money, so I know that. Like, my family still has a lot of money, so I know that. I see it in my family. X, let me go on my rant. So, I don't think I've ever told you, right? You know my last name, right? You know how it's spelled? Okay, you ever seen a black guy with... No, B-Y-R-D. You ever seen a black guy with my last name? Okay, well, if you just look in any sports, like look up NFL and just type in the last name Bird, and you'll see a shitload of black guys with the last name Bird. If you look up MLB, type in Bird. There's a reason for it. Do you know why? Do you know the reason why? Right? Why? What more specifically? Can you? Yeah. Okay. Right. Plantation. What? What about the plantation? What does my last name have to do? Yeah. More importantly, Bird is one of the biggest slave trader names in Texas. There's a reason why you see a lot of black guys with my last name. My family is a huge slave trading family, and it still shows in my family's roots. It is hard for me to get on Facebook with my family. They're incredibly prejudiced. And they are loving the times right now. It is really hard, it is really embarrassing to be a human being right now. So that's why I say, man, I am really comfortable in my dickheadedness, and I'm really comfortable in my confidence on helping the people I feel I need to help. Because I've never thought I would grow up in the world I'm in right now. I'm embarrassed at the world I'm in, because I have to take responsibility for it. I helped create this. I'm saying no, but I've been alive for 38 years, man. And if anything, Eric, this is what I'm saying. Don't let anybody my age ever tell you differently, dude. You guys need to stick it to our age group. Do you not get millennials put literally 20 years of work into where we are now? We were not this bad when I was born. It's our fault that it's this bad. We were on a better track. That's what I'm saying. It is exactly the people around you. That's why I'm saying I'm this mad. That's why I'm saying it's not just mad at some philosophical form. You should be mad at the people in your physical space. Because these are assholes who are fucking you over every day right now. They may not be the white guy that hates you, but I promise you he's a white guy who lets somebody else that's a white guy that hates you get away with something. And that's just a fucking reality, man. I'm not saying I'm not proud of what I'm saying, but that's just a reality. We don't get here unless shit like that happens. That's something I've had to sit and think about and contemplate and realize that I sit back and let this shit happen and pretended like everything was okay and did nothing. And anybody in my, and I'm all over people in my age group who are doing kind of what, like, not you specifically, but they do what, like, it blows my mind that people, like, you're 19, so it's fine for you to say it, but for somebody who's 38 like me, or even older than me, to be like, well, you didn't really. Fuck yeah, really. We're the direct cause, motherfucker. We took something that was on a decent fucking path and ripped it off. Not that this shit is easy to overcome. I mean, I'm not trying to blame us on all of it, okay? I'm saying that that's part of the problem, is we need to be, you can't blame people who are dead, so how about blaming the ones that are around? Because those are the only ones that have any chance to do any change. Like, if you will, this is like the whole rioting, the protesting thing. I'm not promoting rioting, but goddamn protest, dude.
There's a difference.
And vote. Fuck, vote. You're Eric. Well, I'm not sorry. I'm not saying sorry. I didn't mean literally like physically protest. You know what I mean? I'm saying like be a protester. Have a like you hear me? I have a protester's mentality. Anybody who sees and hears with me, it won't be long until they like. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that's what I've changed about myself. Is I own my own business, so I've always had this attitude of I don't want to lose business because of my political attitudes. Does that make sense? Well, that's changed now. I want people to know mine, and I want people to know that if you don't want to work with me because I don't accept racism, then it's a good thing you don't work with me. And I want other people to know that because I'm promoting that as a good philosophy in business. Because I think that was the worst idea I've ever had. That's part of the problem. Is me being like, well, I don't want to be too political with my business. I want to keep my politics aside because I've seen how so many people lose money because, like, I've seen other trainers do that. I've seen other trainers post their politics on Instagram, on Facebook, and on Twitter, and I've criticized them and said they're a fucking idiot. Like, even if I agreed with them, I criticize them they're an idiot. Now I'm saying that's wrong thinking. I don't agree with that, at least right now, because I don't like we're definitely facing a tipping point. And if we do tip over, I at least got to say that I tried, because I haven't tried enough now. And I don't know if we're not going to tip or not, but I'll be damned if I'm not going to make an effort. And that means everybody's got to know where you stand. That's what I mean by protest. Even if they're not asking, they have to know. Like, again, what I'm trying to say is, like, not to try and go around and empower a black person, but man, here's what I'm saying. As a white person, my advice to black people is go around and make white people feel as unfucking comfortable as you can all the time. And when they feel uncomfortable, remind them that that's how you felt your entire fucking life. Do it openly is what I'm saying. Do it openly. Do it openly. Make them very aware that that is your goal. It is not illegal for you to make them feel uncomfortable. That is actually your goal, because you are upset and you are hurt for how much you have had to feel like this every day. It's the only way you're ever going to get change. It's the only way. You got to scare the white people at the top into thinking that you could cause them harm. And that you choose not to because it's what you experience every day from them, and that's what makes you better than them. Because it's not going to work any other way. We're a horrible race. We're as shallow and as cowardice as any other race. We will always take the money. We will always look the other way. We will always benefit ourselves. And the only way... Fear, I mean, it's the same, honestly, X, look at other species. The same reason other species don't accept each other because they have like the same reason penguins don't accept a certain color of penguin because that thing at the top of their head doesn't match. It's actually genetic. I mean, there's nothing wrong with admitting that we all, like, here's my, so you tell me, I'm a white guy telling you my education. So, I've been educated on the concept of, there's a difference between being somebody who's not a racist and somebody who's anti-racist. And I would prefer to be anti-racist, because not a racist doesn't really exist. Everybody is born with some type of instinct that says, I'm afraid of that because it's not me. It doesn't have to be skin, it doesn't have to be hair, it doesn't have to be sex, but everybody's born with that because it does work for us in some positive ways. So stop denying something that does help us, and just recognize that it hurts us most of the time, and stop focusing on the little time that it does help us. And there's nothing wrong with recognizing the fact that some people are black and some people are white. Because if we can do that, then we might be able to cure the fucking difference. But if we have to pretend that race shouldn't be a problem and that everybody should be treated equally no matter the color of their skin, then fucking certain colors of their skin are going to go on being oppressed. But it's not until we recognize that not everybody is the same. And some people have been getting the shaft and some people have been getting it better based on their height, their color of their skin, and the color of their sex. And the sooner we recognize it and recognize that it's probably never going to go away, and the best we can do is just recognize it like other species do. You don't go around and oppress them. You don't go around and promote them. You just recognize it and do your best to adjust. Because the only way because again, there's no perfect. Like again, like think about the argument that everybody should be created equal. That idea doesn't make sense. How do you have a functioning society when the janitor could be a president? That doesn't make sense. If the janitor, if we have to look at the janitor and be like, don't worry, the janitor can do the job of the president, that means we have not asked enough of the president. You see what I'm saying? So why not recognize that certain people, based on what their ethnicity and genetic background is, are going to have certain advantages. And that does not go across the board either. I mean, I can't stress. Why not give why would you give a 500-pound man a job where he has to be in a cramped space all day long? Why not give it to a short, small person? I mean, why am I a bad person for saying that short, small people should only have jobs that are, in short, small places? I'm not saying that should be a law. I'm saying, isn't that a good idea that we don't shove like we go, hey, you're 6'4" and we're putting you in a stock car. What? Wrong sport, bro. Basketball. And why is that such a bad thing to say that? I mean, it's the truth, right? So why do we have to be sensitive to that? Because by ignoring that, you allow for this dark area for people to be abused. Like, why not recognize that the simple fact that, not simple fact, sorry, this is my best understanding, I think everybody's best understanding, that the reason the pigment of your skin is different is because of where you grew up on Earth. If you were born closer back in the Neanderthal days, if you were born closer to the equator, then you were going to have a darker pigment. If you were born farther north, then you were going to have a whiter pigment because the sun didn't hit you as much. So why, knowing that and knowing the way science is, shouldn't we assume that basically anybody with darker skin is going to be more susceptible to skin cancers? Because don't we see that playing out in fucking real life? So why don't we just recognize at the beginning, instead of being like, well, everybody's the same, and go, why are black people getting skin cancer? Goddamn, black people can't get their shit together. No, motherfucker, they're predispositioned. So if we don't treat them like they're equal at the beginning, then it's hard for them to be in a position where they were unjustly being penalized. Because then we can understand the reason why we don't treat black people the same as white people when it comes to skin cancer is because their skin isn't the fucking same. They should probably get a little bit better treatment when it comes to that. And we probably don't need to have white people fucking going crazy on sunscreen all day long. Again, the irony, you see what I'm saying? Like the irony of how white people are always lotioning up all the time. They're like the one group that doesn't need it. At least, again, statistically, I'm not saying I've seen plenty of white people with skin cancer. I'm just saying there's a reason why more black people get skin cancer than white people, and it's not just the way that they take care of themselves. Correlating, there's a reason why you see a lot of white people always sunscreening, because white people typically have more money and have more education to get the access to the education to get more money. So it's not just that black people are dumb and don't sunscreen, it's because a lot of them don't have the fucking access. But no, we're going to be like, I don't understand why black people do it. They just better pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And that's such a flaw that's created because we have to be everybody has to be treated equally. And I don't know. I know that I'm walking on coals there, but I mean, I do believe in the First Amendment. I believe in the First Amendment. It's just that part of the problem is, like, again, right? Like, there should be a balance. We should all come with the general concept that we want to treat each other equally. But as soon as we learn certain people aren't good at certain things, maybe we shouldn't have them do a job that they're not good at. And, well, you know what though? Again, take it from somebody's old, dude. You can either live in the world and become a product of it, or you can live in it and fight and die knowing that you fought a good fight. Because guilt's going to catch up at some point. Dude, all I'm saying is you can't reinvent the wheel overnight, but you can take the first step at creating something new. And now is the time, X. Now is the time. Like if there's ever a Martin Luther King time, or a a moon landing, Malcolm X, or a moon landing, or a World War II, Vietnam definition winning war, this is the hero. This is the time for one, because this is the time that history says that we are typically ripe for the right person stepping up and not having to do a whole lot, just having to say the right things and do the right things at the right time to create the necessary change. And like I said, man, I'm too old now. Like I've sat back too many times and heard other people tell me this and been like, well, somebody will do it, right? And realized I probably should have been doing this more myself. I'd rather have been failing at trying to help than sitting back trying to be smart and being like, well, I'll just wait for the right time to help. It feels a whole lot better. Like now, the past week, it's hard, or whatever, 2 months or whatever that we've been in this thing, it's hard to sleep, but I sleep a lot better knowing that I expressed to people who I knew were bigots and racist that I disagreed with them. And that's hard, man, because like, let me explain it from a white person's perspective. It's hard for me because everybody calls me the guy who makes up white privilege or something like that. I don't know, I forget how they call it, but like in my world, everybody's like saying I'm a sellout for white people, and that's not a joke. That's a fucking weird reality that I can't believe. Like, and that's why I'm like, you gotta be racist to think like that, right? Like, you really think I'm selling out white people? Yeah, there you go. Or, you know what I mean? Let me put it this way. I can relate to it in the sense that, like, yeah, you can appreciate this, right, X? So here's my non-PC explanation. It's my version of this. It's like when I see a black Republican. I'm like, I don't understand, dude. Why would you go to something that hurts you so much? Like, a black guy and a Republican. Now, that's horrible for me to say. Does that make sense? And more importantly, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I truly do get why black people decide to be Republicans. They have my mentality. Because I'm like, so wait, you know that your party openly discriminates against you, right? That you have the Ku Klux Klan sides with your party, not the Dems, your guy. Like, the David Duke guy, right? He's a Republican. He's not a Democrat. And so when I talk to that black guy, what he's convinced me of is, yeah, and I'm here to fight the good fight for all the others who aren't strong enough to get over here, because if it's going to change, it has to start with us. It ain't going to start with some white person. It's going to start with black people. So I respect him for that. And I understand that now. And I didn't when I was younger. I always thought black people were crazy for being Republicans. Because why would you go to something that's going to openly hurt you? Well, because if you're going to change, you can't just go on the side that agrees with you. You have to go and talk to the people who disagree with you. And that's what makes me feel good, is constantly engaging with the ones that disagree with me and letting them know that I disagree with them. Because even if we don't agree, it's not about agreeing. It's not even about changing their mind. It's that I feel better knowing that if there's change that happened, I can say I was a part of it. And if it didn't happen, I can say I did my part. And then when it's, like, if you will, to do the Monday morning quarterback, when the world's on fire, I can be like, look, motherfuckers, if you'd have listened to me, and it wasn't like I wasn't talking. And again, the other part too, X, you know my explanation on that. I'd love to be the guy on Monday going, you know, it's a good thing you guys didn't listen to me, because this shit worked out pretty good. And I'm living in it, so thanks. You know what I mean? Like, damn, I'm glad I was wrong, and thanks for not fucking me over. You're really good people. You're like exactly the thing I thought you weren't. You get what I'm saying though, right? Like, that's why I want to go my route. That's why I'm like, no. I'll be damned if I'm going to tell the bigots that they were right. So I'm going all in on this motherfucker, because I am not going to Monday morning and be like, oh, well, maybe. No. I'm going to be the guy that's like, this is why. This is why I was never on your side. If anything, too, man, let me put it this way. I don't want to be the guy that some white guy would be like, I know you didn't say shit. Motherfucker. I was in your face. I was in every white motherfucker's face. Like, fuck you for saying that. Fuck you for saying that. You're an idiot. I mean, I can't believe I went to school with people that I'm realizing were just incredibly racist. I grew up in Arizona. I mean, I take it for granted to a certain degree. Like, you have to take it with a grain of salt. But damn, dude, like, I mean, some of my best friends in high school are, oh my God, they just hate black people. I mean, they won't openly say it, but they envision a world where they just don't have black people, and it's just nice. Like, why can't black people just get out of the country? Like, you know, I mean, when I'm asking them, like, being honest, when I'm like, okay, look, I'm not gonna make this about race. Like, what are you trying to explain? Well, you know, like, I don't get along with them, so why do they gotta be here, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Either way, like, what the fuck? Like, that's not... Like, is that the way you raise... Like, these guys that have kids, and this is the way they're raising their kids. That's what I'm saying, is like... And now I realize this was going on with their parents when I was in school. And this makes me realize why my dad didn't want me going out with anybody. Like, everybody's parent... It can, man. Hey, it only got this way because somebody was doing this when it wasn't popular, okay? So we can swing it back the other way. I grew up in a world where everybody laughed at what's going on right now. I was in class with kids who laughed at the concept that Nazism could come back. They laughed at the concept that anybody could deny the Holocaust. Laughed at it. Like, we couldn't believe we were taking tests on this shit. And now here we are living it. When we lived through Nixon, or we had to study Nixon, we laughed at the Watergate tapes. When we were like, really? People really still struggle to figure out. They had the guy on tape literally admitting that he's breaking the law, and the public was still unsure. How could they be that dumb? Hello, welcome to Trump. Here we are. And in class, everybody was like, no way the public would be that fucking dumb. No way. Bingo, here we are again. So my point is, if it wasn't that popular then, if it was that laughable that you could make Nazism popular back then if it's that laughable that we could make being good that popular, then it's totally possible, X. And I promise you, if dumb people, and Nazis are not smart people, so if dumb motherfuckers could do it, we could do it. Just keep the faith. I'll keep the faith. If anything, you gotta let them know that you'll never quit. That's what I mean by be that unbelievable, annoying feeling of uncertainty and uneasiness when you're, make them feel uneasy when you're around them. I don't have the advice on that other than, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, man, just be black in front of people. I don't know. I know I'm being so racist when I say that, but just any way to be black in front of people. You know what I mean? Like, as somebody who had plenty of Baskin Robbins, and of course we're always employing the lowest end, so of course it's either Latin or black's all we're employing. I can't tell you how many times, man, when like somebody started, like, you get the guy on the first day, right? I'm gonna be my politically incorrect white guy here. You get the black guy that we hire. He comes in, he's dressed up, he comes in for the interview, he does good, he's happy to get the job, right? And I mean this in the sense, like, he's the guy that we're gonna keep. Like, when I say we're gonna keep, he ends up sticking with us for a long time. He's a good worker, but he comes in, he knows what he's doing, right? He comes in dressed up, he gets the job, he's proud of himself. First day in, man, he rolls in that bumping fucking lowrider. He's got the bling on. He throws the keys in the back, and it's just got gold chains everywhere. My point is, be that black. Like, that was like, because that was the black when, like, once, like, that was the black guy, like, once he'd worked there a while, like, and we all knew him, it was hilarious to see all the white girls freak out when he would come into work. Oh my God, the black guy's here. Oh my God, somebody run and hide. But I guess what I'm saying is that's what I learned X at a young age. Because I was like, dude, it just cracks me up how even I'm guilty of it, right? So we hire the guy, and I know when I see him come in, like, that's weird. Like, he's all dressed up. He's like, because I'm very critical of new hires. Like, I feel like you either overdress or underdress, right? Like, and I'm trying to call him on it, and he dressed, like, I felt he totally overdressed. I was like, he's trying way too hard for this job. So when he came in, I kind of stuck it to him. I was like, I want to see if he really wants this job. Dude did everything. I mean, he was on it. He was, you know, it was one of those where I think he was doing, would you guys know what ROTC is? He was doing, you know what that junior ROTC is? So he had, like, a lot of stuff going on outside of work. And work was, like, part of his military thing. So I guess my point is I was super impressed with him. And meaning, I guess what I'm saying is, as a kid, I didn't feel like I had too much of a jaded view already. All I'm saying is, as a kid, it made me immediately realize, well, don't be fooled by the gold chains and shit, because that doesn't mean shit. This dude can fucking work his ass off. And so my point is it really sunk in whenever we'd have new girls come in and have to work with him, because they would be so afraid to work with him. I swear to God, they would literally tell us that they will tell their parents if we leave them working with him. And they wouldn't work. And again, like, I imagine, like, all I'm saying is I was like 12 years old seeing this, and I'm like, dude, it's unbelievable how racist people are. Like, there was no reason. My dad would be like, why? Did he do something? He said, I just don't feel comfortable around him. And they couldn't say black, right? But so they'd be like, I just don't feel comfortable. I just don't feel comfortable. And I was just like, Pops, it's because he's black.
I'm not gonna lie. I used to like him.
Yeah.